all this rally make my blood pressure go up.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Okay. Children are born and put on a rubber stool. No, I tell people, Dr. Damages, you need to come, if you want to know the level of poverty in Nigeria, you need to enter the Nigerian hospital. You'll be walking at the doctor, sometimes you cry. Sometimes we use our money to give patients. So when people see doctors go on strike, I get mad. I had to leave. It's painful. You see a child that you're taking care of. After a few days, the child is retrogressing. The child is getting worse by the day because the drug you recommended, you prescribe for the child, they cannot take the child's prescription to the pharmacy. There is no money. They don't have money in their account. The little baby that is so fragile, you manage to take their blood sample. They cannot process the blood sample because the person at the lab said no, they don't have the money in their account. They will take my salary if I process this sample. So you watch the innocent baby retrogress. What do? You take our money from your pocket and give that parent, madam, please go and put in this account. Let me see this child get better. And we're here defending thieves because they give you $5,000, $1,000. What is $1,000? Children are born and put on plastic chairs in Nigeria. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And we'll call Obi stingy. Let him be prudent and let us have functioning hospitals. Let us have good roads. Our people are dying. Children are dying by the day. I had somebody when I was in Calabar, and when I was still a medical student, the man I used to buy something from at Amaya Market, his child was born premature. Guess what? But the child was older than the other child that survived. Why did his child die? Because the child missed the last incubator that was available. The other child that was born that was weaker had the incubator. His child did not have any incubator. They had to wrap the child and put a lamp beside him. That child died. Oh. And you people have the effrontery to come here and defend Tinubu Atiku.
Oh no, it's so sad. It's so sad.
You want to know poverty? Enter the hospitals of Nigeria. You don't know.
This is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in, and you use some of this money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion, we want out, or this is $10 billion, we want out. You understand? They will reason with you, because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So look,
blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I am not gonna fool around for too long. So long, too long, so long, for too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
Hello there, you're welcome to another edition. This week we'll be tackling a lot of issues, and I just had to, make a comment about the last clip you watched from Majek Fashek, the great Majek Fashek. I can't seem to get away, from that guy's brilliancy, the blessings of which God has bestowed on him, which we, unfortunately, we didn't tap into, as a nation. And he keeps saying, it is time to unite. It is time to get together. It is time for us to think better than we were thinking yesterday. Our yesterday cannot be better than our today or our tomorrow. If we keep thinking that our yesterday should be the good old days we keep referring to, we may never be able to make progress as a nation. But as a people, if we look at our past and use it to juxtapose or look at what we are going to do or where we intend to go, if we have a leader who has a vision, if we have people who are thinking, who are buying into those, those technocrats in our society and are able to use their thinking, their understanding, and we have several of them. We have some in the West, we have some in the East, we have some in the North, we have some in the center. We have it amongst every tribe, tongue, nation in Nigeria. It is time that we don't think that one man knows it all. And once that person comes to the center, he begins to become the angel, the God of Nigeria. No one person can be the God of Nigeria. Nigerians will keep being worshiping the true God, and we keep looking up to God. I welcome you all, both in the comment section and those who will be joining us in the studio. I welcome you because today is going to be, our days have already been cut out for us. And I'm just going to open and I'll get back to the videos that we're going to set the day for us. But I think it's going to be a very bumpy day today. And so if you are coming in, please come with an open heart, because today we're going to take it down all through. And please, as you make your comment also, as you're coming, whether you're coming in peace or you're coming with warfare, come without insult. And let's keep the language very, very cordial. Now, this is going to be our first video. Let's listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. My name is Chimene Amadi from Ikwere. Yesterday, there was a video that went viral with a purported Igbo lady from Canada asking that she's going to buy Yorubas. Let me use that word. Now, the moment the video went viral, it didn't take up to 1 hour for Nigerian House of Representatives to make a statement over that video, asking that the Canadian government should help to extradite the woman, the Amaka in person. The House of Representatives collectively, everybody came together and said, no, let's bring her back. You want to bring a woman back that you did not pay to Canada? Are you the one that paid that to Canada? Anyway, that is not the issue. But there was a collective voice, is it not? Collective voice that this woman should be extradited, that should be an extradition, or so-called, as they put it. Now, this same House of Representatives, are they telling me that all these years, especially from Yoruba people, calling for Igbos to either be killed? I will show you some of the video like the one you're going to watch now, the one you're seeing now, that Igbos should be killed. This is a Yoruba man asking that Igbos should be killed. Are we not also aware of the several audios of the Oba of Lagos, who came out openly that they are going to send Igbos to the lagoon? Were we not having House of Representatives? Were we not having the presidency? Are we not also aware of the utterances made by the First Lady of the country? Those utterances that were made by the First Lady of the country, present First Lady, are we not aware? And then let's leave that one now. Are these House of Representatives not aware of the recent call by Yoruba extraction that Igbos should be driven away from their own country? Because if you say Igbos should be driven away from Lagos, you're asking the Igbos to be driven away from Nigeria. Lagos was a once federal capital territory. The entire Nigerian resources was used to develop that Lagos state you're seeing. From one head of state to the other, all of them all stayed in Lagos. And they all collectively developed the state you're seeing. Today, we now have the Yorubas saying this place is their own place. Nobody is arguing it from them. After all, the present governor of Lagos State is a Yoruba man, and all the successive governors of Lagos State have been Yorubas. Have you seen an Igbo man go to Lagos State to go and contest governorship and say, I must contest? Nobody is arguing that position with Yoruba people. So the recent call that Igbos should leave Lagos, did the House of Representatives not see it? The question I'm asking, these are questions. So did the House of Representatives not see it? Or were we having a dormant House of Representatives that was not aware or was not informed that these people have called that Igbos should leave their own country? Asking that Igbos should leave Lagos State is like asking the Igbos to leave Nigeria. That's what you're saying. Several of these incidents, we are seeing it with our eyes. Have you, the House of Representatives, not also seen Anonuga or Nonuga, or whatever they call him, Bayo, who came out openly profiling Igbos and even came back again and said he owes no one apology? Are you people not aware? Or nobody informed the House of Representatives that this man did like this, so this is what he said, oh? Are you also not aware that the Yoruba extractions, several videos are there. Maybe I will have to show you some of these videos. Yorubas are calling that they should pursue Igbos, that they should even begin to buy Igbos in South Africa, that Igbos are the problem. That Igbos are also the problem of Nigeria, so they should buy Igbos in South Africa. Is the House of Assembly not aware? Or is the presidency not aware? Did the presidency or the House of Representatives made any statement to refute or to warn such utterances from Yoruba people? Now, all of a sudden, an Igbo woman who has been pushed to the wall, have been seeing the incessant oppression for Igbos in Nigeria, who have been seeing the way Nigerian government and the rest agencies are treating Nigerians, in spite of the fact that Igbos are not part of the governance of this country for so long a time. And none of them are satisfied. Their still problem is Igbo, as though Igbo man is still the one ruling Aso Rock. Is there an Igbo man ruling the country now? Every now and then, Igbo. Even though I am not in support of any form of statement of buying people, but whatever she said was because she was pushed to the wall. The Igbos have been pushed, and she refused to be a coward. Some Igbos may be cowards, some may be so political, wants to play political correctness, thinking that if you keep quiet, one day the presidency will be given to Igbo man, and let them oppress us now. Let's keep quiet, and one day India will get the presidency, and things may even go better. If you're that type of Igbo man thinking that way, I don't think you're part of this country. But the same Yorubas you will not see Yorubas calling on their brothers or their sisters. Stop this nonsense. In all the pages I have seen, you will never see a Yoruba man calling on his brothers and say, stop this nonsense. It is enough. We cannot continue to be disunited. You will not see it. But Igbos are always the persons to caution their brothers. I am not in support of what she said, but if by what she said you want to yourself for it, then go ahead. If what she said you want to go and hug the transformer, go ahead and hug the transformer for what she said. Because as long as I am concerned, she was pushed to the wall. And I think it was time for Igbos to actually react, because it was getting too much, and it's getting too much, for God's sake. That one section of persons have more right than the other persons. Who does that? Have they not been seeing the ongoing? Who is going to tell me that after the Oba of Lagos said what he said, that Igbos should be sent to Lagoon? How am I sure that several Igbos have not died or have not been buried in Lagoon? How are we sure? Where are the people to justify or to tell us that several Igbos were not killed in the Lagoon up to date? Because since when he said this, he has said this for over 4 years now. How are we sure in the last election Igbos were not taken to the Lagoon to be buried? Nobody has the monopoly of violence. Nobody have monopoly for violence. As an Ikwere man, I know anywhere I go, I'm an Igbo man. As an Ikwere man, anywhere I go, I know I'm an Igbo man. So whatever you will do to my brother is what you will do to me. Look at it now. Say extradite our own sister. Extradite an Igbo woman who suffered, took her money to Canada, and you're saying she should be extradited. And you have not even done anything to the ones here who have been talking about the killing of Igbos, talking about how Igbos should be completely erased or genocide. Now they are even calling for genocide. That this action requires genocide. They have not done all those to these people, and now they are now saying go and extradite someone who opened mouth, who have not even done it. I mean, how are we sure they have not been killing Igbos in Lagos State after the Oba of Lagos said what he said? It is time for us to wise. Time for us to get wise. Time for everyone to get wise. As for me, I'm not calling for any form of nation or whatever. I am calling that we should come to unite our house. Stop investing in Lagos or any other place. Behave like the Hausa man and the Yoruba man. When they come to your state, they simply do their business, maybe keep the business place neat or whatever, then go back to their own side with the profit to develop their place. Behave like that, Sindibo. Behave like that. Not everything. They don't bond, they don't cause you to go flying everywhere and leave your own territory. Who does that? Fly everywhere, get everywhere developed, and you're proud of it. And we develop here. Who does that? You develop everywhere, but your place is not yet done. Nothing is done. And they are talking to you indirectly, telling you should go. You still don't want to go. They curse you. Ha!
Shocked me, actually, was that people in the ruling party were not even holding themselves back in the kind of genocidal language that they were deploying in the build-up to the election. And I will mention names. Bayo Onanuga was a leading proponent of that. This guy went to Rwanda and saw what happened in Rwanda and came back and was posting on X Twitter using damning genocidal language, which is unforgivable after what happened in Rwanda. Okay, and so many other people. Oh, MC Oluomo. All these things are captured on video. They happen before our very own eyes. Okay, and these are the kind of things that their followers will latch onto and then go on a killing spree. And then we will get into an inter-tribal bloodletting, and then that could, before we know what it is, that could lead to genocide. So these are the things that educated people, and then, well, anyway, educated people have always, education has nothing to do with it. People, sociopaths will always go for the jugular when it comes to genocide. Propagating genocidal language. We saw everywhere genocide has happened. We see the educated elite goading the people on to kill and massacre. If you see the kind of people that were tried in Arusha, Tanzania, the people that were the radio callers, they were not uneducated. These people were well-trained journalists who were peddling genocidal language and urging Hutus to slaughter their Hutu wives and kids and neighbors. You saw it even when Hitler was killing Jews in Germany. Many of the guys that propaganda, even a philosopher, one of the brightest minds in Western philosophical pantheons, Martin Heidegger, joined the Nazis, propounding genocidal language. So it doesn't have to do with the educational level. That has nothing to do with it. We see that across board. But it's unfortunate that we have not learned anything from history. And Nigeria, and anyone that has known Nigeria will know that Nigeria is a tinderbox. The only thing that it requires to set that country ablaze are just a few misplaced words, and then the country will burn. It's still an amalgam. And then you see people supporting and peddling those things because they want power. Power is simply opinion. Anybody who is familiar with the philosophies of David Hume will let you know. When the people say that there is power, that there is power. If people say we don't believe in what you propound as power, you don't have any power. But our people are ready to kill and die for something that brings nothing at the end of the day. So it's just unfortunate. I don't think that Nigerians are learning any lessons, because genocide, as I'm talking to you, is still ongoing in the Benue Plateau. The Fulani headsmen are still massacring communities in Jos Plateau. Bokos University was sacked the other day. Okay, headsmen, they call themselves headsmen, but they are armed to the teeth. And a lot of people will sit down here and argue that it's because of the effects of global warming. No, there are ideologies behind it. There are cultural, there are religious, triggers to it. And so it's still ongoing, and the Nigerian government has been either unable or unwilling to do something to arrest that tide. People are dying every day. The governors in Plateau and in Benue State will tell you that. Though, it's I can't even grapple what is with the idea that two consequent administrations in Nigeria have sat upon this ongoing genocide and have done nothing. Buhari's government didn't do anything. Now Tinubu's government has given marching orders to his generals, but till this moment, nothing concrete has been achieved in that regard. So people are dying. The insecurity in Nigeria has topped levels that we have not seen in recent memory. So, and yeah, what lessons are we to learn? The lessons we need to learn is that if we don't take care the words we use in addressing each other, if we start dehumanizing each other, genocide is just the last point of it.
One of you, I swear in the name of God Almighty Allah, goes against my will that Ambode, inshallah, will be the next governor of Lagos State. The best thing is going to die inside this country. I'm not ready to beg, appeal to anybody, and that's why Ajaero and the governor says, I think that is your own. Even the two of them, they cannot disobey me. But nobody knew how I pick somebody. Jimmy is my blood relation, and I told him in the plain language, he can never be governor in Lagos for now. Future belongs to God. I'm not begging anybody to go, but you must not. I repeat, what you people cannot do in Odisha, what you cannot do in Aba or anywhere. If you do what I want, Lagos will continue to be prosper for you. If you go against this, you will perish in the water. Finish.
I know when you good. I know you vote for Buhari. I go no. Igbo we not dey trust in again. My sister born for me.
As Southwest lawmakers at the National Assembly petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, to arrest and prosecute the sponsors of the Igbo Must Go agenda on social media. Netizens have argued that some people in leadership positions may also have to be invited by the IGP. This is as an old video of Nigeria's president's wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has resurfaced online. Well, in the video, she argues that unlike other tribes who are occupying the Southwest, the Igbos have continued to debate the legitimacy of the Yoruba people, and therefore they will be chased out and their inheritance be taken by others. All right, so that was it right there.
All right. That was rather a very long video that we've tried to, queue up for today's discussion. I still have many more. So in the course of the discussion, we'll look at some of them. But now let's kick off with the discussion. I'm not going to take time any longer to introduce the topics, but I will do that as we go on. Let's invite people who are already behind the backstage. Kenan, you are welcome. I saw Mama Hecho some few minutes ago. If you are still there, Mama Hecho, we're ready for you now. Kenan, you are welcome. And you have seen our topic. Where do we start? Maybe, the other topic we didn't discuss also is the fact that the Nigerian Minister of Education have decided that children who are below 18 years no longer enter the university. In other words, if your son or daughter happens to be 12 years and he's able to pass WAEC and JAM, he cannot make it to the university because they say that's the international standard used in America and Britain. Are we going forward or going backwards, Kenan?
Good day, Mr. KJ. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
You know, yeah, thank you, sir. I think you know the answer already. Nigeria has been on a retrogressive gear, reverse gear, right? You said that the House of Assembly, right? That's what they call themselves. Okay. If they are serious to place a limit, age limit
the
on
Minister of Education, the Minister of Education.
Ministry of Education. So if they are serious with that, there should be a social policy that will first and foremost restrict every elected official of that country. Every elected official, be you president or councillor, that your child must study in Nigeria from elementary to university level. So if they have such policies on education, they should also go ahead and say, regardless of your age, I mean, with the age limit, the 18 years age limit, regardless of your tribe or religion, there should be a universal cutoff point to getting admission into schools, not where you have a region being given 150 and above, while the other region, with just 6 points, you can get admission into unity schools. So this is where they are getting it all wrong. If you want to implement changes, there should be a universal change for everybody, not targeting one particular ethnicity or tribe. In education, it's only in Nigeria where you will find out that there is a law or policy meant for a particular set of people, while the same law is not holding water when it comes to the other part of people. So 18 years, I will not disagree with them. However, they should do the first thing. You cannot count 3 before 1. You have to count 1 before you go to 3. The number one thing should be for you to get admission into university or into unity school. If it is 50 points or 100 points or whatever, let it be universal for everybody. If you get anything short than that, you will not be able to get admission into that school. Let that law be implemented first before the 18 years. So at this point, since that has not been enforced, at this point, the 18 years limit, to me, is a retrogressive step, and I'm not supporting that. I'm against that completely. So 2 things must be done first. Let there be universal cutoff point for getting admission into unity school, and let there be a restriction to the elected officials sending their children to go to school abroad, because you find out that their children of 15, 16 years will get admission into schools abroad, while the poor man's children that are not up to 18 years, but they made all the necessary requirements, will be limited, going forward with the education. So 2 things: cutoff point universal, restrict elected officials from sending their children to university. Then you can bring in the issue of age limit. Then I will now listen to you and maybe consider what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Mama Hecho, you're welcome. It's good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
I know we are packed today, but we want to start gradually, then we'll move into the other one. So we're starting from the education. The Minister of Education said, if you're not up to 18 years, you cannot gain admission. And Kenen had propounded the theory right now, which is saying that if they are going to go with that policy, everybody who is in government their children must have to school in Nigeria from primary to the university. And then the question is, can that work? Also, if they are going to put a limit to when you can get education, it's not also good for us to put a limit to when you can be a politician. So once they're above the age of 60, you can no longer contest any position in Nigeria. So let's know that everything is balanced together, not just one set of people making law to suit another set. And they can be politicians and run for office even when they are 90. They are still running for office. Shouldn't there also be a limit for the politicians and every other worker in Nigeria?
The truth is, that is a good policy, but that policy is not completed if we do not include politician or any public officer children not traveling abroad to go to school. One. I take it as a good politics because the truth is this. Whenever I remember my grandchildren now, which are those babies, my heart bleed. Because everybody are looking for money. Therefore, a Nigerian child does not really go through childhood before we start to carry them. Early mama, we don't wake them up. As mama they go to work, to beat go slow. Now so the children today on their way. And you begin to wonder. And as they come back, they are going to face go slow, especially those who are in Lagos. And they begin to go face that go slow. Then at the end of the day, because we are in a hurry, we are in a competition, we go bring home teacher. Most cases, the parent is not even there. And at the end of the day, most of those children are already sexually abused at a tender age because of this kind of environment we make them go through. So when I cry about Nigerian child and I talk about my children, these are the things I know that is happening and it's painful. We know here in this Western world, they enter school at 17 because you go through the system. And majority of the children here, they finish high school at age 18. But us, we are in competition. And that is not, I remember before I start primary school those days, they say, make I do like this. So. Because that is what they are using to know whether you reach or go back. But the actual age is 6 years. But is that what we are now? And today, look at the youngster we have even brought out of school. All this, but it has not become for us now. So while they are going to make that policy and law, we must. In fact, now our fight with this. Politician children and public servant people will not go back, come Western world to go to school again, so that we can repair our system.
All right. Thank you so much.
And in the area of politics, you see this reform when we want to, not all area, because the reform when we want to be able to bet a new Nigeria, the kind of education when you must politician to run for the different offices, nobody's primary six come and run for president. No. And we go state all that clear. And we must get a electoral reform also that go make whether an electronic transmission compulsory, electronic voting compulsory, diaspora voting compulsory. All these things are part of the journey. I don't come back before una wetin happen for election. It knocked me off. It knocked me off in the sense that I am asking myself every day, is it the kind of Nigeria we want to live for these children? Is it the kind of election practice we want to live for these children?
Okay.
And when I listen in the backstage and I discovered all the discussion, we are not discussing solution, problem. And when I go to some places, I ask, is it that we don't have a way out? What I was seeing, what I was hearing is a hopeless situation, and that knocked me off.
Okay, thank you, ma.
But I am back now because we are going to get solution, and the solution go start from this tribal bigotry. This one, we go get them.
All right, thank you, ma.
I'm not trying to cut you off.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not. I just wanted to add to what Mama KJ, Mama Esho is saying. Kotsi Emmanuel Onyedeka, thank you for that. I think we are forgetting one vital idea again. It is okay to put age limit on education, according to them. The Ministry of Education should also help the House of Rep or House of Nonsense, whoever that is responsible for making policies, right, concerning education. They should also put age limit on girls getting married before the age of 18. So you cannot be allowed to get married to anybody until you attain the age of 18. So marriage should be there should be a set limit from 18 and above. Then you are ripe for marriage. Underage girls should not be allowed to get married to any idiot.
All right, thank you.
And not only that, Amajiri system must be cancelled.
Okay.
My children in the north, I don't care because it don't everywhere they happen now. It don't show say now lie now that they preach to those children. You understand? Because the way when they be want use protest is a haram. After they don't collect money finish, because they tell they say protest is a haram, which is a lie. So therefore, it also includes say there will be no more Amajiri for our children in the north.
All right, all right. Thank you. It goes without saying that there are plenty issues in Nigeria. We will not be able to sweep every one of them in one scope, but we will try as much as possible to see how we can go further with what we are discussing now. Mr. Bob Chisco, we are on education, and we are saying that if there are going to be age limit for entering university, there should also be age limit for marriage. There should also be age limit for politicians. If you are above the age of 60, then you should be out of political circle. Let there be age limit to everything so that Nigerians can see when you're a DG, once you have done your first term, you should also leave to another younger person to take over. Now, is that realizable, or is it just that when they wake up one morning and they are looking for something to say, they just pick the mic and just make a pronouncement? By the way, should policies be made just by a simple pronouncement of a minister, and that becomes policy and becomes what Nigeria should implement? Is that the way it's done in the place where you live, sir?
Good morning from here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay. I agree to you. I agree to Mama H.O., I agree to Mama H.O. I was listening to your voice a few hours ago on your talk on Niger Watch when you were collaborating with CM on the issue of this rubbish people are doing. Yeah, I couldn't come in there, but
I don't tire to talk.
Yeah.
When you do the talk for social media, me and CM don't work behind the scene, and justice is going to be served one way or the other. Shebi Akpabio, when a Lover face her and they post in phone number and in wife phone, Shebi apologize by phone. So one way or the other, we go do it. Tinubu will not be out of this matter. All of them, when he start this thing, because my Igbo children, they deserve to have peace in that land called Nigeria that we did now. And this nonsense, I am not taking it over to my children. I am tired because we marry each other. So we are making my children, grandchildren, to be confused whether they are Yoruba or Igbo. That nonsense when it happen, when they come, they define this my picking for labor. When they say it not be complete Yoruba, it go stop. Since men no want one, me I don't stand with other my sons there. When they go support me, you not go see what it go happen.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that, KJ. Thank you once more for giving me this opportunity. My brothers, sister, what happens in Nigeria of this day is something that the more you think about Nigeria, when you look back where we were coming from, when we were little kids growing up in Nigeria. In this, I was born and brought up. The type of life I lived back then, we were hoping that tomorrow was gonna be better. But today, when I look back, the type of life I live, I keep asking myself, why is the past better than what we are currently experiencing? Should that be the way forward? No. Look at this is not the Nigeria of our dream. Look at this Minister of Education, who is from the north. Should I put it to him? Probably because he's from the north, who has termed education as haram. That he can just wake up and propose one policy that I don't know if it was well thought out, or he just woke up from his bed and decided to discuss that with few of his colleagues, only to dish them out and to force them out the throat of Nigerians. Believe me, I don't think this policy of peace is going to work. Yes, as you pointed out, if they want to go on this their idea of 18 years, then they should also make it go around and put it also in marriage. If it is good for them to marry 13-year-old girl, case study of Shelima when he was the governor of Zamfara State, and he bragged about it, nothing happened to this day. Nobody knows the outcome of that marriage of that 13-year-old girl. Nobody knows how many kids that girl has given to him. Now they want to come and put it down on the generality of Nigerians to cap an age and admission into university. I was discussing with my 16-year-old daughter. My daughter will be finishing. She will be finishing her secondary school. Right now, she's just in her SS2. She will be 16 going to 17 when she will be finishing her WAEC next year. I was discussing this with her. Yeah, have you heard about this? She said, yeah, that they have been discussing it in the school. So they're on holidays now, but they have WhatsApp group where they discuss all these issues. She said, no, that nobody is taking that serious, that they're going to write their WAEC. They have already made plans about writing their WAEC next year. So for anybody to come and start and put a stop on their dreams, that person is not serious. Government has not made any pronouncement yet. Nobody should take that assertion for the Minister of Education serious. So for now, due to the backlash it has received, I wouldn't want to, take it serious that the House of Representatives and Senate are going to deal on it. Until if Nigerians don't talk, these people don't do anything. Believe me, judging by the reactions coming from all quarters in Nigeria, this if they put it into bill or whatever, I don't think it's going to see the light of day. It's dead on arrival. If I should put it that way, it's dead on arrival.
Okay.
Are we discussing political thoughts or next chapter?
No, that's what we're starting. Thank you for your input, and we appreciate it. Thank you, every one of you. And for Mr. Anel Emeka, whatever you call whatever your name is on the comment section, I will be the last person to be a Nigerian agent. I mean, if I was going to be a Nigerian agent, I wouldn't be in the United States, trying to see how I can manage my life, because that have been offered to me many years ago. Please get off your rubbish. All right, I'll disregard that and move on. We have many things to deal with today, and then you notice we didn't have the video to play, but the DSS, the man who has been on the top of events in Nigeria for quite a while now, who is the DSS boss, was lost his position last week. His name is Yusuf Bichi. Okay, he has been the DSS boss for a while now, and he had refused to implement court directives. Whenever such directives are given, he decides what to do with it. And case in question is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who he vehemently refused to agree to every rulings that the court has given. I can say that much because he has always refused to accept to follow the simple rulings of the court. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, courts do not do anything when they rule. I'll give you an example. There is a man called the former mayor of New York. he had a case with two ladies who accused him of accusing them wrongly, and they went to court and they were granted a $150 million case, and he had not been able to pay. Last week, this week they went to court to ask that his properties be seized and given to them, which they are going to do. Now, that is where rule of law is maintained. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say that he has been replaced with another person who has also been in the agency for many years now. You know, one Adeola and Ajayi, one Adeola Ajayi has taken his place. Do you think with the changing of guards in the DSS, that we are going to see a new regime that will obey simple court instruction, court orders, that will not become a Hawaii 5-0 Rambo in the streets of Nigeria? Is that going to change in other words, what I'm saying is the style of not, going through people's roofs, breaking down doors and arresting people, beating them up before they even accusing them, parading them on the media before they even their cases are ahead. Will that change? You have 4 minutes.
Okay. I don't know how possible it is to expect monkey to stop jumping from one tree to the other. It is impossible. Bichi was removed because he was appointed by, I think, Buhari, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he was Buhari's agent. So he left. Tinubu needs his own boy there. That is exactly what happened. And I would like to maybe correct an impression that Bichi wasn't respecting court order. Bichi was respecting court order according to his paymaster's directives. Bichi, a lot of people were released. A lot of Boko Haram terrorists were released. Sunday Igboho was let go, but Nnamdi Kanu is still held there. So it's a selective respect to court order. And it is not Bichi's fault in its entirety. It is the paymasters, which is the federal government or the presidency's orders. So Tinubu only wants his own boy to be there, a boy that will be loyal to him. Expecting any change from this government is what sometimes I ask myself, are people really okay upstairs? Somebody that came through the back door, somebody that used force, somebody that used all manner of tribal bigotry, somebody that used all manner of evil vices to come in, and you're expecting such a person to bring any positive change. How is that possible? Was he elected based on the fact that the people trust that he is going to bring a change? He wasn't elected. He forced himself into that position, knowing quite sure that he's not a man of substance. He has nothing to offer the people. It's like expecting a criminal to bring a positive change in the society. How else? How do you expect that? Criminal will only come and continue to steal. It is in the Bible that the devil come and to kill and destroy, right? So that is what Tinubu is there for. So illegal arrest, illegal invading of people's homes and charging them falsely to get them in prison will continue. It is not that you see another kind of a grand style of illegal arrest and invasion of people's houses. Tinubu's Buhari's own was crude, like was learning. Now you will see educated people doing it, and yeah, you now question yourself. You'll be asking. I thought that education tends to bring enlightenment and kind of inculcate change in people's way of behavior. But no, it is only in Nigeria you see a professor behaving like a stark illiterate. It is only in Nigeria you will find it difficult to differentiate a professor and an Ajaero. Only in Nigeria. So there is nothing to expect from this government. I've said it time without number here. Tinubu is going to, according to him, he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped. What does that tell you? He's going to do better than Buhari. And what did you get from Buhari? Nepotism, mediocrity, or whatever you call it. Anyhow type of government. That is what Buhari, Tinubu is going to bring. And we've seen it now. His Yoruba brothers are being fixed everywhere. Nepotism is tying another form of wrapper. In Igbo land, we tie two style of wrapper. Is this style or deck? Is tie one and the other one on the top. So it will tie wrapper and we are gelena. That is what you're going to see.
Thank you so much, Kenny. And Mama Hecho, if you are to advise Mr. Ademola, what will be your advice to him as he comes to take off the new DSS office? Knowing what has happened in the past, what will be your candid advice to this young man?
I will say to him that if he has character and if he has honesty and he has integrity, then this is the time to show it. And if he believes in rule of law, and he also believes that there is no one above the law, and he wants to leave a better legacy, contrary to the one is inheriting, this is when to show it. And if he does not want his fellow staff in DSS to carry tambourine, begin to dance and rejoice like they did to this one leaving, he starts from the very day he resumed that office. But we not tell and say, make it not do otherwise. Oh, may they continue to do. But one thing that is certain, I came to realize one thing. When good people refuse to come into this environment that has destroyed us, then the bad people will continue. Is it going to make a difference? In fact, if it make a difference, that is what I will call miracle. Because the person, when he grab it, steal it, run with it, that is tactically planting his people around everywhere against 2027. Now, I won't expect miracle from, I won't expect good things from. Anything good from any department in Tinubu administration is going to be a miracle. And I will celebrate it. Because I don't know if you not even be Muslim and he carry Christianity for head, or if he be Christian. If you are a Christian, I want to ask you, what is the virtue of Christ? Because if there's anything, there was nothing like Christian in Christ's time. But they called them Christian because of the way of Christ they were living. So if you are a Christian, and in that office you cannot exhibit Christ-like that will not discriminate and say, even though my principal, which is Tinubu, enter office by fire, by thunder, and my predecessor, when he leave, all start begin to dance, say this wicked man don't come out. I will make a difference. I will follow rule of law. I will not do judgmental arrest. If you don't feel do that one, if you even do and serve in this Tinubu administration, now I be waiting and go call miracle. But if you like, do. If you not like, not do. You see, waiting, this journey when I come back on do now how we go take over Nigeria from una hand, put that for my children's hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. And why you also stopped on time. I appreciate that. Yes, my brother Bob Chisco. Now, the DSS have become a very inevitable tool in the hand of every government that comes. How do you think that you can advise this man not to lean to the point that he has now become the backing dog or the guard dog of the administration? How does he distance himself from being a bad tool in the hand of the presidency to now begin to go against Nigerians? You have 4 minutes, sir.
First of all, expecting the new DSS boss to distance himself from the dictates of executives, just elaborating the obvious. Believe me, we are not going to see anything different from the outgone DSS boss. Yeah, we all know the circumstances that led to Bichi when he assumed office. Remember, Buhari was on vacation when Yemi Oshibanjo took over and fired Mama Daura because of his high-handedness and how he ordered his boys to invade the National Assembly. That led to his being fired by Yemi Oshibanjo. Immediately, Buhari came back from his vacation from London. It didn't take him time. He quickly removed the man Oshibanjo brought in. The man Oshibanjo brought in was from the south. If you could remember, one Matthew Seifa. You know, he was a Christian from the south. That man didn't stay long because Buhari, being an ethnic bigot and a religious bigot he is, he never trusted anybody from the south to work with. Believe me, that man, if Nigeria is a democracy, a country where things work, Buhari should be clean off in jail by now. You want to tell me if Nigeria were to be China or Taiwan or Vietnam, oh my goodness, Buhari should be, they would have arrested Buhari immediately stepping down from office and tried him for corruption and give him a long jail term. Buhari destroyed Nigeria, and Nigeria would not be able to come out of the destruction he put Nigeria into. I'm telling you honestly. So I'm telling you, DSS department, they are part of the people who have destroyed Nigeria. Okay, look at the invasion of the court. Who would believe that a department of what did I call it? I don't want to know much about the DSS now because nothing happens in that country that interests me no more. You invade the court, do the court processes, and when a judicial pronouncement was made that MFLA will be taken to the custody of the Nigerian prisons, DSS said no, that they are the ones to take MFLA. And there was a scuffle. We all saw the fight in the premises of the court. The whole world laughed at us. Look at what is going on in Nigeria. It was under this stupid man who Tinubu has removed. Now Tinubu has put his own brother there, another Yoruba man. We are crying that Buhari was the politic, and some will also say they are not surprised because Tinubu said, "I'm coming to continue from where Buhari stopped." So that has been the sound bite. That anybody that cries, they will tell you, why are you crying? During his campaign, he told you probably that he's coming to continue from where Buhari stopped. So why are people complaining? So he has continued the trend by bringing his own people. Check all the appointments he has made so far. All the appointments he has made so far. Tell me which one you will say is balanced. It's not even 60%. It's almost 80%. Yeah. So my brother, let me just I don't want to dwell on this much. Expect nothing from this man. Nothing is going to come from him. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And people earlier on when we started, somebody was saying every day we discuss Igbo. We don't always discuss Igbo. It is the politics that throws up the discussions we have here. It is the policy. We don't come and pick a topic that we like. We go through the media and comb what they are discussing and bring that for people, give you an opportunity to make your input. So when you come to Dr. Damage's platform and you are saying we're always discussing Igbo, then let the people that are always bringing up Igbo issues stop bringing it up. And I don't know why that should be a problem, because it's as simple as ABC. Okay, nowhere you go in the world where you don't discuss current issues. Current issues are current issues, and this is one of the current issues that we have right now. So moving forward, I would like to go to, because I've seen some people making comments, oh, this is what, want to discuss this. We'll move into that portion. It is no news now to say that Amaka, who has gone viral, who is a Nigerian living in Canada, made a comment. On behalf of this channel, we want to say categorically we do not agree with her comment. Not in totally in totality. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Damages. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. I'm speaking based on the person sitting on behalf of Dr. Damages. I am saying her comment was not necessary, and we don't agree with it. I'm not saying that she based on her own, she could justify however she wants to, but on this channel, we are standing that we do not want to promote any form of violence in whichever form, whether to Igbo or non-Igbos. And consequently, as we go into this, discussing this, please bear in mind that the only reason why we're doing this is to get clarity and be able to advise accordingly those who are quick to calling out the Igbos, to also be quick to call it out when the Igbos are not the ones bringing up the issues. And I will not go further until let's watch one more clip that I didn't play, and then we can come back and discuss.
These Nigerian leaders, I'm so ashamed of you people. The way you people go about solving issues, your body language also shows that you are in support of this tribalism that is going on in this country. Because sometimes body language tells a lot. Now, first of all, I am not in the business of hate and tribalism. Everybody who knows me and knows my page, I don't support it in any way. But I must tell you that our Nigerian leaders have a way of directly or indirectly promoting tribalism. And I will explain why. Your body language tells a lot. Now, I am not in support of what Amaka said about her hate on the Yorubas and the Edo people. So whatever action is taken against her, fine, I have no problem with that. But my question goes to the level of hypocrisy in the Nigerian leadership. Since 2023 to date, it has been all about Igbos. Igbos must go. This, that. But if you go to the internet, you can't stay 2 minutes with some kind of tribes. Igbos must go. This, that. Igbos are this. Igbos are that. Igbos are that. There is no action that was ever taken against any of these people. But just one lady who got emotional about the whole attack because of the pressure that has been going on since 2023 to date, all of a sudden, vroom, you people have taken action. Why didn't you take action against the Yorubas that have been saying Igbo must go all these years? No action taken against them. But one Igbo lady just said one thing and brrr, you people have taken swift action. That body language tells a lot about your tribalist nature. That body language tells a lot about your level of hypocrisy. If you want justice in Nigeria, just as you punish this lady, you are supposed to be punishing every other one that has been preaching hate on the Igbos since 2023 to date. This hypocrisy is too much for us to bear. If you don't like the Igbos, let us go. You don't want to let us go. You don't want to let us even have peace in the land again. You want us to stay. What kind of hypocrisy is this? You will not give us peace of mind. Everywhere you go, Igbos must go. Igbos must go. The hate is so strong on the internet now. You will not take justice against these people that are perpetrating all this nonsense. Just one lady from the Igbo now, look at the way you took swift action. Take that same action with all the Yorubas that have been insulting us since 2023 to date. Let's know there is fairness and justice in this nation. What level of hypocrisy is this? You don't want us to go. Allow us to stay in peace. No. You don't want us to be in peace. You don't want us to go because you want the resources in our backyard. What kind of level of hypocrisy in this country? Seriously, I'm not happy with this nonsense.
Okay. He may not be happy with the nonsense, but the nonsense is not about to stop because the hypocrisy has continually continued. You all watch the videos, and I have them, but for purpose of censorship, I'm not going to play them because other people is from other people's channel. But the ones I have the audios, I can play the audios.
You see, Hold
on.
KJ, play everything, oh.
Hold on, man.
Play everything. Because before Amaka, because when I responded to it, there was a video I did not see. But I knew Amaka was responsible because of something. When I now saw that video, I know the origin. So now this matter carry me come today. Because this matter, we won't fight until the end. Not just on the platform and follow. So gather all of them, play them. We want to hear it. Because that is the only way we'll begin to move forward to solve this problem.
Okay, thank you, Mahecho. Unfortunately, I had a discussion with the owner of the platform before we came on stage and on air, and we want to avoid any reason why they will pull the video down, and so we do not want to play any of those that we don't have authority over. We'll play the ones we have authority over, but I will talk about the other ones. We also know that Ajaero Kubo made a lot of videos for which he called. In fact, at one of the videos, he showed us AK-47s that he was going to use to buy the Igbos. He was never cautioned. The Oba of Lagos, the AC Olumos, Oluomo, and the rest of them. These are just recent time. Before this one, there have been so many issues. The Igbos have been issued maybe up to now. It may have come to about 5 times they've been asked to leave the north. You know, the same people who are, you think the Igbos are not part of Nigeria. They've been asked to leave the north more than 5 times. In the south, they've been asked to leave the south. This is about the 3rd or 4th time they've been asked to leave the south. You know, I mean the southwest. The question now be, if in this process you get annoyed and make unguarded statement, and the National Assembly was quick to organizing and writing a letter to the Canadian authority saying that this lady should be deported. And Abike Dabiri, whom I have a lot of respect for her. She even has an Igbo name. Dabiri simply means lean on God. Now, so for her to even come to the point of displaying this within 24 hours, was able to fish her out, was able to put all kinds of publications to the Canadian authorities and all that. The question is, where have you been? And the question she said is that I am for the diaspora, I'm not for those in Nigeria. What about the people who sparked off this discussion? They live in South Africa and in Austria. Is it Austria? Yes. One of the guys who was the leader of calling for the buy of Igbos, he lives in Austria. The other set are in South Africa. Why has she not tracked them down, put their pictures up, okay, and have them extradited back to Nigeria to be questioned, or write to the authorities and say these people have contravened so and so we need them back? Why is it always swift when it has to do with the Igbos? I want to ask the question to our dear Benjamin Kanu, representative of the Abia, one of the representatives from Abia State, who was boasting some 2 days ago that Abia will not remain a Labour Party state because he's going to make sure as the number 6 man. Number 6 man, what are you doing now since they've been calling for the buy of Igbos all around? What have you done for the people that you represent? Why were you sitting there and a letter was swiftly written and sent out that you did not have an input, or you didn't have an input, or you're also one of those saying that, oh yes, she should be arrested? The question I'm asking is, what is your use? And since this letter was purported to have been written by all the National Assembly, is it that all the Igbo representatives also saw that this is the right thing to do? They didn't hear the MC Olumo people. They didn't hear when the Igbos were asked to not vote in certain places and were disenfranchised. What is the position? You see, that's why when I speak sometimes, I say the people you call leaders of the Igbo land are not really leaders of Igbos, because no leader of the people will close their eyes and watch such things and still be happy. Have you ever heard that the Igbos walked out because something was not done? They walked out of the assembly? No, they all sit down and share. the looting, the booty that they're all getting from the federal government. So what am I trying to say in essence? So I don't overflog it. I just wanted to put out my own, my own thoughts out there, so I don't have to interfere whatever you're going to say. That's my thought. And I think that the Igbo leaders are not being fair to the Igbos. If you say a representative of Igbos, and this thing is going on for since 2015, this thing has been going on. Okay, it started when the Igbos voted massively for Jonathan. Okay, Igbos became a problem. Okay, Igbos became a problem. When Igbos voted massively for Obasanjo, they didn't complain. But Igbos voted massively for the North, they didn't complain. But now that it is about what concerns them, Igbos have become a problem because Igbos supported Peter Obi. That is now, we are now bigots. We are now people who do not, who don't want Nigeria to go forward. The question I'm putting to all of the panelists now is this: how do we draw ourselves back from where we have gone? Because we have gone too far. If you ask me, I will say probably there's no retreat. There's no surrender. But Kenneth, you may have a different view from me. Go ahead, sir.
Obviously. Thank you. Ndewo Okija. Good to see you, sir. When you are making your speech, you say that you have respect for Abike. I don't know. I just don't know. But me personally, I have zero respect for her. And such a person, I don't regard her as my representative anywhere in this world. Now, concerning Amaka, as you can see, my sub-name there is, or subtitle there is Protect Amaka. Amaka is somebody that every well-meaning Nigeria, if you actually mean well for that country, be you Igbo or non-Igbo, you should make everything possible to protect that lady. She spoke the minds of a lot of Nigerians. I overheard that the Ohanese and Igbo are busy disowning Amaka, saying that she's not Igbo. They can go ahead and disown as much as they want to disown. Even if Amaka is not Igbo, even if that lady that made that speech is not Igbo, I would personally want to own Amaka to be Igbo. I own her to be Igbo. It is time for every Igbo person, not the Efulefus, not the useless ones that we have in their House of Representatives that actually endorse that useless letters. It is time that every well-meaning Igbo person begin to speak up and condemn this evil going on in Nigeria. They are very swift to writing a letter to Canadian government to prosecute Amaka, but they were not that swift to writing a letter to Nigerian government to prosecute that useless retired police officer that called himself Oba of Bini, Oba of Lagos, when he threatened to put Igbo people in the lagoon. Nobody arrested him, but they are very swift again to arrest Ezigbo of Lagos when he was calling for IPOB to come and protect Indibo in Lagos State. Till today, that man is still in their custody. He has not been released. They were not swift to writing letter to Austria's government to arrest 2 Yoruba guys that were calling for killing of Igbo children wherever the Yorubas found Igbo children in abroad. And because of that speech, I personally have made it as a point of duty to know the driver, the school bus driver to my children. I must know you, I must speak with you, especially if you're a black person, I will know where you're from. And my aim of doing that, if I find out that you're a Yoruba, you cannot drive my children. I will write a petition and I will show the school. I will play the video to the school. This is what is going on. I don't trust Yoruba people driving my children. Yes, we have good Yoruba people. But did you observe something on this platform today? None of the Yoruba panelists is on this platform, is on this panel today. Not even on the comment section. None of them is there. They all disappear. That is I don't know the right word to use on them. They play you all the time. They think you are with them or you think they are for you. They are like rats. That rat that will be chopping your finger and be blowing it so that you not feel the pain. That is how they do. Did you see any of them today? They all disappear. See, if Asari Dokubo that brandished AK-47 calling for the killing of Indibo has not been arrested, if Remi Tinubu that call for killing of Indibo and confiscating their properties in Lagos, which they are actually doing it today, if she's not arrested, if the Oba of Lagos hasn't been arrested, that threatening Indibo, is either they vote for APC or they will be thrown into the lagoon. And yes, a lot of Indibos have been thrown into the lagoon because of Oba of Lagos, and till today he's a free man. If Fani Kayode or that useless man, if he has not been arrested, if Bayo or Nonuga has not been arrested, if Kule, one stupid Kule and Alaji, if they are not been arrested, if MC Oluomo has not been arrested, if one useless Yoruba medical doctor in Texas, one Ajaero, if he has not been arrested for killing of Indibo, if all these people, including the Abike Dabiri herself, because she has made some unguarded utterances against the Indibo, if these people have not been arrested, that Amaka must be protected. And thank God, the IPOB, Simon Ekpa group, they are working tirelessly to making sure that that lady is protected. Even if she's not Igbo. Now we the Igbos are adopting her to be Igbo for speaking our mind. See, I am against any form of killing, especially taking life of innocent people. But you can't keep threatening the existence of Indibo. And all we do is to condemn. It is time for us to begin to threaten you too, even if we don't mean it. However, you meant your own, actually, and you've been doing it. So it is time for us to begin to retaliate, reciprocate in the same manner, or even more force, so that you understand that we are not scared of you. See, the Yoruba people should wake up. That trouble that they are looking for, they will see it. Oh, we are not scared of them. Oh, let them ask the Hausa people. They will see that trouble, I swear, and they will regret it. They should wake up.
All right, Kenny. All right. Thank you so much. I like your contribution. The Igbos have adopted her, even though she's not Igbo. Yeah, they say she or rather it is said that she is from the south, but south is whatever. That's south is south, and it's just totally dividing the tribe to just keep all of us divided, so that we'll continue to fight one another. Yes, Mama Hecho, you have talked about this issue, and you are very passionate. So I want you to calm down. Don't put too much passion. Just discuss that. Calm down, okay? And then let's have. Can we have your view, ma?
Can I know say you the verse, but two wrongs does not make it right.
Sometimes we need to be all mad so that we will not talk peace.
Can you just let me speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Two wrongs does not make a right. And two wrongs can never make a right. I am into this journey right now, like I said. I came back fully right now, like I said. Because you see this nonsense, it has to be stopped. Like Bob said, me and my that brother when he talked, we are going to be on a mission, not just on this platform, but to stop this nonsense by force, by fire. One thing is certain, except somebody is able to prove me wrong on this statement I want to make, then this tribal bigotry will continue. Those who are speaking the hatred and hatred and hatred, those who are hating the Igbos, I want to ask you now one question.
Right.
When una mama...
Yesterday he said, please, I should call him today.
KJ, I'm hearing your voice, please.
So I called him, or rather he called this morning to say, yes, that
KJ Muto,
and that he's listening.
KJ, you were supposed to Muto.
Let him know. He said, okay, that you was with you. You gave him 9 items.
KJ,
he realized that he just want to buy some.
KJ,
they use it first before knowing if it's effective and then they can now ask for the rest. And you also talked about the business. You say, okay, once you use Fed side, you will know how to recommend for people. I said, well, that may be true, but you see, the supplements all have 6 months money guaranteed. So, it's not.
Moot.
Sorry, hold on.
Hi. Moot.
KJ, are you hosting the show? Are you doing another business? If you want to do another business, get off and let somebody else hold the show.
KJ, I have to keep quiet because I want my message to go out.
Sorry, madam. My phones went off and my system hooked up. Okay, you go ahead, man. Sorry.
Mute.
Oh yes, it's already muted. Thank you, man.
So those who are hating my Igbo children and my Igbo mothers and my Igbo aunties and my Igbo uncles, I want to ask you now this question. Which of you decide the tribe you want to come into this world? Which of you? Which of you? So if none of us was able to say, now this tribe I want to come into this world, we find ourselves through the parent and the tribe we enter. Why are we hating others? Why? Why? And if you are hating the Igbos, because in your own mentality and stupidity, is because they are prosperous, then you better go carry go they drink ogogoro. Because God created us, give all of us ability. So if you are not using your ability to prosper, then why are you envying them instead of learning from them? Why? And you see, House of Rep, thank you. Abike, thank you. Because you people have succeeded to do one thing. To lay down, what did they call? Is it precedence? Since you have laid it down now, we go back. Using this your precedent to begin to address other people, including Remi Tinubu. Remi Tinubu, your video of your discussion of how una wan drive Igbo people come out from Lagos, make una begin to sell their property, they inherit their property. He did there. And Daddy Adeboye, because you reached to bomb me. Now, best when you ordain as pastor, be that too. So I am calling on you now, Daddy Adeboye. You must make Reni Tinubu to apologize to the Igbos. Tinubu, there was one of your videos when you try to tell us, say, you know the tribalists are being they condemn. So if you want condemn Tinubu, start with your wife and tell your wife to tender apology. If not, I don't know how we go to solve your own problem. But we go bend una knee by force. The way when Akpabio Misian and this lover publish in phone number and that of his wife, because to them they are above immunity. But when Nigeria called them, he apologized. I did not apologize. Because this nonsense must stop. And Ajaero Kubo, all of una, we go gather una list together. We go as far as much as possible. Onanu Gabi, what be your name? Because this nonsense must stop. Because Igbo marry Yoruba. Igbo marry Bini. Yoruba marry Igbo. So if we not stop her now, I come out because I don't hear utopia when they go praising people for party, and we know say we they do party up and down. So for this utopia, I don't want to cry over my children. So before it happen, make we fight and make we stop her. Because me, I don't get tired. Anytime when people matter come up, when people want react, they go say Nigeria. At the point, I'm now wondering who are Nigerians. Because I not belong to the people when he hold Igbo for neck. But I did for that contraction called Nigeria. I am from Delta State. All my children are across the nation. All Nigeria youth are my children. Because it is my intention for them to fulfill their God-given destiny. And they cannot fulfill it in this country we have destroyed. And we cannot continue like this when people that did not have decision on the tribe they want to come into this world are now beginning to make effort to make some tribe called Igbo a tribe that become a bone. You know, not Tinubu wife, Remy. You not see the fruits when you plant. When you plant the seed of bigotry against the Igbo, it don't germinate now. And it can carry gele for head in APC. And APC, they use that for only one purpose. Only one purpose. The purpose to rig election. That is all. You see, I was thinking as a mother. And I discovered, say, those when they follow Showore, now my children. Those when they follow Obi, now my children. Even some of these useless children, when they follow APC and PDP, they are still my children. But I don't make up my mind. I not go throw away any of them. But any of them, when you not refuse to listen to me, we go treat you how they treat Piki when not they hear him, mama. Now they hear me. I don't come. As una no want fulfill una destiny, una go fulfill una God-given destiny by fire, by thunder. And your destiny not be this bigotry. That is not from God. It is satanic, it is evil, and it is only used for their political gain. When it comes to APC and PDP, after election, they only sow the seed. Edo election, they don't sow the seed. Now, not see them. And they only sow that seed only during election. And una when they APC, when they carry an up and down, una know the shame. They use una rig election. They use una, they fight this battle. And one ask una, as Sheyi Tinubu, they carry Nigeria private jet up and down. Una they follow and enter. Una they follow and enter. Sheyi Tinubu, he get children. Why in children now they call they promote this bigotry for them? Don't you see your head not correct? That all you they do not make I describe una when they do this thing for APC. Una be orange. Go and pick an orange today. What did they happen? Orange, when you soak the juicy aspect, come on. What did they happen? They go through here. So when they don't use una do this nonsense and they rig themselves into power, una they buy bread cheaper now. I be una they feel una cards cheaper. I be some of una not drop out of school now. I be some of them they feel eat 1 square meal a day. So you want to continue to allow them to use you as an orange. Me, when you be mama of youth, I say no for now. Now they hear me? This nonsense, it will stop. Again, hold your peace. Everybody make una gather their name together. Don't send me. We go walk behind the scene. This time around, solution will come. Una say una no, you see, stubborn pikin. Make I tell una. When pikin stubborn, he get where you see, when I dey grow up, he get where my mama dey beat us. If you own too much, he go sit down for you, go sit down, me born you. So now when they PC where they use anyhow, I won't sit down for una neck. This nonsense, it will stop. Una go get apology from those who need to apologize. Those who need to go to jail, go to jail. Oluomo, you do your nonsense finish, you run come America. Don't worry. They don't open a crack and one. I've been put on a matter for cooler before. But now we won't bring her out of cooler. Because what did they do to Amaka? I like her. And the thing when they go do to Amaka, so they go do it to everybody. Because there is no one that is more Nigeria than any Nigeria. There is no one that is above the law. Now like this Nigeria be, now like this Nigeria be. Now because we refuse to take action, I bring us to this point. So now we have to, House of Rep, thank you. Plenty later they wanna go right to House of Rep. Abike, plenty later then when you go right. Shebi you say you dey represent me for diaspora. Oluomo dey here. So make you begin to prepare later now because of Oluomo case. As in there you go address her. So children, my Igbo children, my Igbo brothers, my Igbo uncle, on behalf of this useless speaking there, I beg una, make una cool temper. I go handle matter as mama.
Mama KJ, thank you for your speech, right? See, if Pekin stubborn, sometimes he go leave him fellow Pekin way be in age, make it bitter, right? Make it bitter, make it hear word. See, if they expect these people make the right letter, make the right letter, they don't go write any letter.
Hold on, can I?
Do me, I do you. God no go back. We don't take nonsense from these people for a very long time. Time to begin to do them the same thing.
Hold on, Mama Hecho, hold on. Well, I'm coming back to you. See what, we're not done with the issue. So just like you say, pump your guns and keep you hold on to it. Okija. Today I see you with a revolutionary beret. Is there a reason for it, or just part of your costume for today?
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh man, I've been wearing this, for a long time now. So I've been a fighter all my life. So
all right.
Yeah.
Now you've heard what you have said, and all the other comments have been made since then. What do you say? You have heard what Mama Hecho said. You have heard what Keneng said. You have heard the intro that we did. What's your take, sir?
This is Nigeria, I'm an old man now, and we keep talking about Nigeria. I mean, we should stop deceiving ourselves. Nigeria is not working. Nigeria will never work. And I'm going to say this to any Igbo person. Any Igbo person who is criticizing Amaka should have his or her head examined. That person is not correct. That person is not right. That's what I have to say. Since the amalgamation of Nigeria, they've been killing Igbos from Kanu. I think the first one was in Jos. Was it in Jos? Then Kanu. Every time they are killing Igbos for nothing. Before independence, nobody wanted to have independence. It was Azikiwe and Igbo people begging Nigeria to have independence. And since then, it has been Igbo people that glued the people that glued Nigeria together. Igbo people going everywhere, developing places everywhere in the north and the southern part of Nigeria. It's been Igbos. And other people, they stay, in their cocoon and then do whatever, they don't see the world. They just, open their mouth and say, stupid things. We have so many examples, or you guys, some maybe you have enumerated many of them from people who are insignificant, from people who are insignificant, they keep saying things against Igbo, to the extent that what's his name, Pastor, what's his name? No, the pastor that did that would run as Buhari's running mate. What's his name?
Pastor Tunde Bakari.
Tunde Bakari, told us, that he had a meeting. There was a meeting he was invited to. It was a high-level meeting with Yoruba leaders. They were talking on how to deal with Igbo. How to deal with Igbo. I mean, to show that this is not like things that is happening in the lower echelon of the society. People in the advanced society, they were talking how to deal with Igbo, and they responded, what did Igbo do to you? So this has been systematic, and then you look at Tinubu's government. You look at what happened in the central bank, how they what's his name, Cardoso came, and they a lot of people were laid off at the central bank. So so I don't know. I don't know why we keep deceiving ourselves. Nigeria is not working. I know we have many of us. We have intermarried, and we have families members who are Yoruba or Isoko or whatever, Hausa, whatever. But in Nigeria, when it comes to politics, Nigeria is not it's not familiar. It's not friendly. It's something else. People they want to grab power and do whatever they want to do with it. And when they grab that power, it's like the common denominator is that they want to stifle the Ndibo and do something to Ndibo. And this what you look at Tinubu's wife, Yeye Tinubu or whatever they call her, and what she said. Look at this, a woman who had power and who has power. Look at what she said to you. Imagine what she says to her husband, or what her husband tells her. Because if you have a child or a wife who can go outside and speak something, that's because that in your house, that's what you talk about. That's what you talk about. So I don't know what is wrong with us. And I say this, we are trying everywhere. We are trying to integrate. We try to belong. And I'm sending this to anybody that goes to Redeemed Christian Church. Any Igbo person that goes to Redeemed Christian Church, something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. You need to repent. A pastor at Redeemed said this, and the overseer has never had the one time to distance himself from that statement, from that video, from that Yeye woman. He hasn't for once said it. He hasn't, like in Christian church, Pentecostal church, when somebody saying, they give the person a back cheer. No report has been that she was giving back cheer for what she said for saying. And still people, Igbo people, you go. I have a cousin, he owns one RCG chapter, building, putting his money. Any Igbo person who is going to RCG, something is wrong with you. So what do we do as an Igbo? We need. Like I said, I have Yoruba friends and other people from other tribes. But just like I have people from Jamaica, I have Jamaican friends, I have American friends. We have relationship. It's not we can have relationship with our Yoruba friends, with our Yoruba family members, but we need to find a way to disengage from Nigeria. It's not working. It's not working. When we have our crazy people, they don't want us to have our crazy people, but they unleash our crazy people all over. It's costing life, it's costing property, it's costing fear. Abike Dabiri was telling us that that I think there was a tweet. She said that it was not a diaspora affair, but KJ, you listed some that are diaspora affairs. Someone what's the Lagospedia? One YouTuber went behind the scene and he got information on the person handle. You find that those people, those connect. I don't know if you have watched the video. Those people handling Wikipedia, they work for Lagos State government. About 3 of them work for Lagos State government. This is I just don't know why we we are. So that's why I said that anybody who is criticizing Amaka should have his head. Because you see, it's a coordinated effort, and Amaka spoke out of anger, whatever, and then it's all over the place. Just one person spoke, but they have been saying it. Onanoga said his own. Oba of Lagos. Who else do you want to say that you have to hear it? Igbo people. Who else do you want to hear? Buhari said his own. Bakachu or whatever said his own. So who else need to tell you this in Igbo? You are hated. It's not going to work. Look at Zik generation they passed. Zik is older than me by so many years. Zik is old enough to be my grandfather. This time, the same issue. When I 1967, 1966 Q, it was the same thing, Igbo killing. Then my generation, the same thing, Igbo killing. The next generation coming, the same thing they experience. So when do you think it will stop? When do you think it will stop? My advice to Ndi, we have to come back, and we don't need to renegotiate Nigeria. We have to renegotiate ourselves what we want to do. First of all, we have to stop buying properties. Every other place that is, just go rent, do your business, go home. Or you can go to another country. Ghana is more stable for Gambia, Gabon, they're all more stable for Ndibo than in Nigeria. So why are we wasting our time in Nigeria? Just like people like other people, tribe people listening to me. I don't hate you. I have personal friends, but we can maintain those friends. But for Nigeria, no, it's not working. It's not going to work.
All right.
Has been in detention for how many? For how many? No, but what's it? Boko Haram suspect. They bring them, they rehabilitate them, they integrate them into the police, into the Nigerian army. Some of them are living in government house in Borno State. Okay. What's this guy? This Ezigbo at the Ajaero State. Igbo markets were being born in Lagos. Okay, and he said something. What he said was that I'm paraphrasing, that IPOB they agitated because they don't have job. It's because they don't have job. Since our markets have been born, let's bring IPOB and give them job, and at the same time help them protect the market. So that achieve two goals: to protect their market and to give those guys job. And then all of a sudden, it was April 1, 2023. Up to now, he has never been to court. He has been in detention since then. Falana has, gone to court. Not in Nigeria, they do not respect, but if it were some other person, they were granted. If it were Northerner or whatever people from the, Yoruba land, they would grant that person,
all right, Okija.
We should just, maintain your friendship.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to you.
Family member, but we need to end this.
Thank you. Hold on to your this thing. I'm coming back to you. And you made a very vital point, which I agree with some of what you've said. I am for one who believe that we are going to a point of no return, because tribalism is one of the things that is so difficult to tackle. Because you see, just like Okija have said, this thing started before our forefathers, our fathers. And okay, so he got to our fathers. Now we are fathers to children. It has gotten to us, and it's already going towards the next generation. When shall it stop? I see your comment, man of prestige. So tell us how you intend to achieve that, which you wrote out there. Yeah, man of prestige, your take, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Greeting everybody. Can you hear me? Because I'm hearing myself back. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Somebody's mic is on, so if your mics are on, please mute so that we don't have to hear himself.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Before I proceed, I just specially came in for this topic, because I've been heard about what's going on and transpiring in Nigeria. To begin with, I'm an Igbo man before I become a Nigerian, so I would say it there unequivocally. I mean, I'm a one Nigerian person. So having said that, let me make a comment in reference to what you was talking earlier about the DSS replace. The reason why I'm just going to make a comment on that for just 1 minute, because there's something you need to realize. I know there's certain kind of nepotism going on, but it doesn't really matter who is there. It can be the man, it can be the outside man that is replacing the former one. Still under Tinubu, because I listened to a commentary in a Nigerian space. There's a man called Amaka. He was former deputy DSS guy. He's still in the DSS right now. When he came to that topic, he was just saying about, because he was kind of defending DSS in that regard. Whatever is happening, if you remember about the journalist that was kidnapped in Port Harcourt, is in jail right now. He was from Fandle or whatever. I don't know his name. But you know what's going on. The impunity about subrogation of speech in Nigeria. So a lot of journalists have been locked up. But anyway, so when he came to a platform, he was talking about what's going on in Nigeria. He laid the whole blame to the president because he said, because DSS is like the FBI. So there's no separation between the DSS and the president, Tinubu or Buhari, because he said he take order from the president. People were saying, why you're doing all this? What's going on? So I just want you to know about that because the guy spoke. He defends DSS, whatever wrong they are doing or whatever. But he said the buck stopped with the president. So that gets to tell you the kind of country we have. Nothing can happen in that country. Everybody here, you don't be deceiving yourself, like we have, three branches of government. No, we don't have. The person in power, our president is like an emperor. So I just want to lay that because I know that is something that already passed. I just want to make everybody clear. It doesn't matter who the DSS chairman is. He's going to be answering to the president, seeking people money, forget about this nepotism. The nepotism is there. Tinubu is doing the same thing.
Okija, I want to ask you a question before you continue. Now, if you are appointed as a DSS director and the president gives you a directive that is against the law, does the onus not lie on you to say, sir, with due respect, this is what the law says concerning this issue? Are you
asking a man of prestige?
No, I'm sorry, I'm asking man of prestige, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, you asking me?
Yes.
Yes, but morality is very expensive in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have paradise. Everybody's there what they can get. They have to obey the president because of what they will benefit. The president is pretty much the one. It doesn't seem like that, but he's pretty much the one in charge of everything, paying your salary. No, there's no morality in Nigeria. Come on now, we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves. It doesn't matter. We know what the law said. This guy said it's deputy DSS that was saying all this. He didn't hear say this actually this week. I was listening to his television in Nigeria. He was saying about all this. So forget about who is there. It doesn't matter. He's going to be answering to the president. And he gave an example, about Nnamdi Kanu. People were saying, Nigeria is, Malami before was listening to what Buhari said. That's why Nnamdi Kanu is not going to be released. Tinubu has the authority. Forget about what we say, like the judicial is different. Tinubu can say releasing Nnamdi Kanu today. He's going to be released. So let's not be deceiving ourselves the way the Nigerian system is structured. This is why we're not moving anywhere and nothing is going to happen. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that. The same reason I'm only going to talk about this. I have something to do. But I just came in because of this, what's going on in Nigeria right now. This xenophobic stuff going on in Nigeria right now. Ekene, I think I heard what you said, and Okija, I didn't mean to point here, but we should be very guided, This is strictly my opinion, okay? No offense to you. We should be very guided about lumping everybody together because you made a comment that there's no Yoruba in this place. Yeah, there's some Yoruba, Dr. Alexander Gomez is here. So you make it sound like, the Yorubas are running away because of this topic. I mean, I don't see it that way. This is pretty much opinion. I didn't want to come in today.
I don't know that Dr. Alexander is Yoruba. I don't know that he's a Yoruba man.
Okay, but I'm just saying that's a very generalized statement, I don't need that right now, but I think some Yoruba name, maybe people are listening too, so I don't see it that way. Maybe they are running away because of this topic.
But what I say still stand though.
Well, I think this is.
I'm not withdrawing it. It still stand.
My brother, okay, this is strictly my opinion. Okay, so don't take it. I have to call it how I see it. I don't miss word. It doesn't matter where I am. So some of that comment that was made that whatever is going on right now is like Igbo Yoruba. I don't see it that way. I see it as a political gamemanship. It's the APC part of the Southwest extraction that is doing this. So let's call it what it is. It's not the whole, because I've called my people, from my extended family, like Gustate or something like that. They don't even have any experience what's going on. They say there's nothing like any hate against people or Yoruba going on. They don't know what's going on. It's that particular APC wing of the Southwest extraction that is doing this. It's all political gain. So let me speak on this Amaka something. Before I begin, I totally condone what she said. Okay? I'm not here. I had it and they said it should be, practice or whatever. No, I don't know what happened to her. What she said was very insidious. She can get what kind of penalty that she deserves. I mean, I don't know if it's because she's, my understanding, Amaka, what's his name? Amaka, Samberg, or whatever, he's a Canadian citizen. So whatever the law that permit them to, do her, that's right. My issue have the reason why I came here is because of what's her name? Capri. What's the name of that lady in charge of Biafra? Abike Rat. That's the reason why I came here. Because it seems like there's a selective justice. That's what she's doing. And I'm, and that kind of saddened me. If anybody that make any kind of bigotry, justice should be equal. There shouldn't be selective justice. I have a lot of information to say what's going on. It's pretty much selective. And you see, because I made a commentary, some people were saying maybe some of the things that was perpetuated, the Legopedian. I have the name of the Legopedian name here. He has been exposed in Nigeria. What has happened to him? Nothing. Yeah, Bolaji is the name. People have exposed him. So nobody know. He's in Nigeria and nothing has happened to him. I mean, we know the genesis of some of these things. Maybe whether I go back to Nnamdi Kanu side, whatever. Where is Nnamdi Kanu right now? He's in jail. Where is the Eze of Igbo? The Eze guy. He's in jail. So why not hold everybody accountable? Why does it have to be a particular industry for some people? Industry for none other. This Amaka, what he said was very outrageous, and I have my decision here. There's a lot of people on another guy that has said it. Adebi Olatuju, he said we're going to kill the whole Igbo. This is on his own account. He said,
and then Adeyinka grandson.
He's married to an Igbo wife. He said, I'm going to kill my wife first before I start killing the whole Igbos. So it's equally terrible about what this guy said. So my problem is that xenophobia is kind of brewing. We have what we call code xenophobia that is brewing right now. Go and look at the genesis of Rwanda genesis. People are taking it lightly. We may be thinking it's something that's going on online right now. It's going to spread. Eventually, there's a lot of gullible people that's going to be buying this, with this APC wing of Southwest Extraction is doing, and whatever the market is, anybody, doesn't matter where you are, South, East, Southwest, Nigeria, we need to have a comfortable conversation because this is not good for the country. Don't take it lightly because we don't know where this is going to end.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. The question that man of prestige just asks is, where is it going to end? When do we start and when do we end? And I'd like to even go further.
It has not ended. That's why we need
hold on, Okija. I'd like to even go further. When we were in primary school, we heard about this. Okay, our parents were as children when they also did the same thing to them. I remember my uncle told us the story of how he left Jos and left all his property to come back just because of the buying of Igbos in the north. And then up to this moment, 50 years down the road, we're still in that trajectory of always looking for what to say is wrong. And that's the problem. The guy in South Africa said something to the South Africans. Now, I want to bring this into the international dimension. He said to the South Africans who were on that panel, you see, the problem we have in Nigeria is the Igbos. And they have come to South Africa now, they brought these things. If you people drive them, if you people finish them, you have no problem. And I was blessed by the guy's response by saying that if you have your domestic problem, you go sort it out in your country. Don't bring it to us here. Or for us, all of you are the same thing. Whether you call yourself Igbo or call yourself Yoruba, that's your business. So, Mr. One Africa, it has come to an international dimension. Many people have said worse things before the Amaka's comment. Do you think there should have been a justification if they were also arrested before this one? Or do you think that Amaka's own is so bad that it deserves national attention as it is now?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say that I'm not a Nigerian. I am a Cameroonian, and I came to this panel as a Pan-Africanist, right? So it's on that capacity that I want to speak here. And I'm doing that because I noticed that I follow this channel, but I never come into live. And by the way, I'm a French-speaking guy, so sometimes don't mind my accent.
No, you're welcome. Welcome
okay,
to
thank you.
us. Thank you so much. Go ahead. You're free to comment in any which way you like, and you own your opinion. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. I mean, because I was interested by this issue of tribalism, right? That is going on in Nigeria. And if you look it closely, you will see that it's the same thing going on almost in every African countries, right? So in my own country, in Cameroon, it's the same thing. They will say, for example, that a Bamileke will never be president in Cameroon. Like in Nigeria, they will say that an Igbo man will never be president. In Kenya, you see Raila Odinga, they say that he will never be president. In Cote d'Ivoire, it was also almost the same thing. They said that Babo, like, is from a tribe that they call Bete. They said that someone from that tribe can never be president in Cote d'Ivoire. And when Babo succeeded in becoming president, they removed him. So these things happening in all African countries. That is why I said that when I came as a Pan-Africanist is that if you handle that all alone, you cannot handle this issue all alone. Because sometimes I feel that we are not targeting the real origin of the problem. Because it still has to do with neo-colonialism sometimes. And sometimes you don't understand that. When I said I came as a Pan-African, is that to join hands is that, not that we are not this kind of Pan-Africanists who said that we have to form a country. No. I'm just saying that sometimes you need to join hands. First of all, to identify the enemies. If you follow the news, you know what is happening sometimes in Cameroon as well. There is also a fight between Francophones and Anglophones sometimes. And sometimes you see that some Francophones will fight Francophone, not knowing that the real issue is somewhere, is elsewhere. And the issue is masterminded by someone. When you see Tinubu was put there for a reason by some people, and they use tribe, right? They use tribe. They will not talk about economics, about strategy, nothing. They will only use tribe. Whatever is happening with the economy, they don't mind. They will always use. That is why you will see that in Cameroon, this guy has been there for 42 years. Why? Because he used tribe. It's not that he's so strong. He will use tribe, and when they use tribe, they can stay there for even for because they know they will appoint people based on tribe. Their tribe, they will try to put their tribe people on strategic position in order to capture the country. And unfortunately, I noticed that that is what is also happening in Nigeria. Because I know that, for example, Obasanjo was a Yoruba, right? We didn't have this kind of issue we are having now in Nigeria. And even this guy who was a president, no, he was a candidate. He was, I think, killed by Abacha. I think that he was a Yoruba, because I was discussing with an Igbo, and no, it was not an Igbo, a Yoruba guy from Nigeria, and he told me that why Igbo man, they voted for Obi at 90% or something. I told you that, look, I follow what is happening sometimes in all African countries, and in those days, I think Yoruba was also voted against an Igbo at almost 80%. So it's not necessary that they voted him because he's an Igbo. But what the truth is that they use tribe in order to control a country. It's not even for Yoruba that is fighting. It's for some elite. And this thing is masterminded somewhere and is across Africa. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to know that we have the same enemy and to target the real enemy. If you don't do that, we don't do that, we are going to bash across the bush. You are not going to tackle the problem. Right? You see, sometimes you Igbos, you also say that you are going to break down. I don't think they will even allow you to form a country, because they see people, they see one in Cameroon, they see Bamileke as a threat. You are a competitor. Even in Cameroon, it's the same thing. They will see Bamileke people as a competitor. So even if you want to break like Anglophone, they will not allow them to go, because they know that if you became strong, you might free the entire Africa. And it's not what they want. So as a Pan-Africanist, as I said, I need us to understand that. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate the angle that you've come from, which is that, we as Africans, we are having this issue, and it's a general issue. And I understand the policy because I follow, some of the things going on in Cameroon, especially with the fighting going on in some part of Cameroon, which was also affecting some part of Nigeria called the Obubura people, the Boki people and all that, those who are by the border. So I agree totally what you're saying, that we should come as Pan-Africanists and sit down, not as countries, but as nations, as people, different people, and sit and find a way forward or how the black man can retrieve himself back from where we have been divided and subjugated to remain as a subservient nation to other nations. Why the resources are taken from us, yet to continue to be poor, and then we are meant to fight one another. That's totally what is going on. But don't you think, I'm coming to you, Kenneth, please let me talk with him 1 minute. Don't you think that our people who are now professors in different fields of science, of technology, of understanding, of religion, is it not what is stopping us from reasoning in the content you have put it?
Yeah, no, sometimes the fact that someone is a professor does not necessarily mean that is a patriot, right? Sometimes they are also corrupt. Most of our professors are so on, they are even corrupt. And not that they are corrupt, they are also captured. That is the main issue, right? It has nothing to do with the education, right? Our father who fought during our independence, they was not that educated, but they succeeded. So it has at all nothing to do. It has to do with patriotism, right? And I also want to say, because sometimes you also mentioned South Africa, they are having the same issue in South Africa with the Zulu and so on, right? Because they should not just talk about Nigeria. Over there, they are having the same issue. So I feel that when I said that we need to come to, I'm not saying that we need to form a country, right? I'm saying that people who are conscious about this issue need to come together, and you should not fight alone, right? You need to fight together, right? In order to, because when I see sometimes when it's happened in Mali, Niger, and so on, they are fighting against this issue. But sometimes when I see the position of Nigeria against Mali and those countries, I am taken aback. I don't understand, right? Why they don't understand. Because sometimes you don't understand that they see Nigeria as the main threat to them, actually. It's not even Mali. Because they know that if Nigeria succeeds, the entire Africa will succeed. So they don't fight Nigeria directly. They try to fight Nigeria indirectly by surrendering Nigeria with insecurity. When they do that, they know that you will never get anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is what I can say.
Yes, and I'm coming to you, but I also want you to answer this question. Now, a person from the comment section whose name is CTV says something I like. He said, in Europe, every country speaks same language. England, France, Sweden, Finland, Dutch, Portuguese, etc. Teeny populations. Very small population, that's what it means. But they all speak their language. Why were they allowed to form a country? And in Africa, we all have to come together to form one country. In Nigeria, as you know, we have over 300 and something, 50 tribes. and then different ethnicity. I mean, when they make ethnicity different spins to the, if you put all the different swags that you add to the language, it comes to about 600 and something. Okay, so why is that we are the ones who are supposed to be together? Why Europe and the rest are all they can? For instance, some of them are 8 million people. 8 million people that form a nation, like like Estonia and the rest. Why didn't they form? Why didn't they put them all in block and they become one nation? Instead, they were divided, and then they are still existing.
It didn't get my point. I keep insisting.
Your point. I'm only asking you a different question now. That is different.
That is
what. Doesn't have to answer it. Answer it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. One Africa.
Okay.
And I applaud your contribution. Thank you and welcome on this platform. Please, we'll urge you to be to always come up and join us here, because we don't only discuss about Nigeria. We discuss about Africa, at large. So your contributions, would be appreciated. But this is it, right? While you are speaking, you made mention of you speaking with one Yoruba. I don't know if he's your friend but one Yoruba man, and he told you that Igbo people, 90% of Igbo people voted for P2B. I don't know his reasons for saying that, but spot on. You just know a tribal bigot there in that man. I don't know if he's your friend. Please, I will want you to help him understand Nigeria very well. I know he understands Nigeria, but I want you to help put it up in his front that in 1999, I think 1999, right, during Obasanjo, that Igbo people gave Obasanjo more than 95% vote. Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. Igbo people voted for him. The entire Igbo people voted for him against their own brother that contested with Obasanjo, right? 1999. In 2007, Yaradua, a Fulani man, Igbo people voted for Yaradua. More than 90% of Igbo people voted for Yaradua. In 2015 or 2016, thereabout, Igbo people voted for an Ijaw man. Was it 2015 or 2000? I can't remember. An Ijaw man that is not Igbo who voted for him.
Sorry, sorry, 1 second, please. That is what I told him. That is what I said. Maybe you didn't get what I said. And even before this guy who was killed by Abacha,
exactly.
There was Okochukwu who was candidate. They didn't vote for him. They voted for...
It was MKO Abiola.
Yeah.
MK Abiola.
Exactly.
That was 1993, I think.
That is what I said that I told him. Right?
Good.
Maybe you didn't get what I said.
Good response. I think you gave him a nice response. But this is it. Ask him, why is it that it is only in 2023 that Igbo people decide to vote for P2B, not because he's Igbo, because he's the most competent among the contestants? Why is it that it is only in 2023 that they decide to vote for the most competent among the contestants that Igbo people suddenly become tribal bigots? Ask him this. And this is what is killing a lot of Yorubas and non-Yorubas in Nigeria against the Indibo, because it is very difficult for them to understand why that we give our lump votes to a particular candidate. It is a candidate that we see that has potential to moving that country forward. We don't go by tribe. We don't go by...
If I were in Nigeria, I would vote for Obi, right? Exactly. If I were in Nigeria, I would vote for Obi. Yeah.
Yes. And CTV was very, very correct. If we want to talk about one Africa, yes, in one Africa we have different nations. Having one Africa doesn't mean that we should forget about who we are. I personally am Igbo person. I don't even try to be a Nigerian. I'm Igbo, from Igbo nation. We have Yoruba nation. We have Hausa nation in that country. So we should independently recognize our nationhood as Igbo, as Yoruba, as Hausas. Then we can collectively come together and then unite as one Africa. Just the same way that those European countries did. They have their independent countries, but they have European nation. They have an association or an umbrella under which they all come together so we can still have that in Nigeria. But forcing an Igbo man to be in a country that he is most hated, and there is no any kind of negotiation or talk or enlightenment that will change the mind of a tribal bigot to begin to love you overnight. For those saying that we should not call for a retaliator, you are wasting your time. There is no way you can change these people. In mathematics, common mathematics, minus times plus is minus. Plus times minus is minus. Minus times minus is plus. So if they keep giving you blow, which is the minus, you have to give them blow too, so that they will now think, oh, that you are capable of giving blow. Then we can now sit down and talk. To avoid further blow, how do we move together? How do we move forward? But if I should be the one if I should keep receiving the blow just for me to appear as a good person or as a God-fearing person, which kind God-fearing person or good person do you want me to appear as? When they keep giving me injury, I have to give you severe injury. I have to give you more severe. I don't even know how to put it, but you can't slap me here and I will turn the other side for you to slap again. I don't respect that thing in the Bible. If you slap me, I slap you back, then we can talk. That is the only way to fix these people. If you keep following them with calm, with this decency, no, there is no decency in Nigeria. So let all of us be mad so that we'll now sit down and collect mental health medication, all of us together.
All right, thank you, Ken. I appreciate also your position. And you see, let's not allow ourselves to be clouded, because I see some people asking some, very funny questions on the comment section. And this particular guy, what is the propaganda, Danny Ajaero? Can I keep spreading propaganda? Obasanjo was never a Yoruba choice, and Adeola lost many states of the Southeast in 1990. That's not true. That's total.
No, even if Obasanjo wasn't Yoruba's choice, he was Igbo's choice. He's a Yoruba man, and we voted for him. So what he's saying doesn't make sense.
Even Obasanjo himself acknowledged the fact that it was the Igbos that brought him to government. It was the Igbos that went out to vote for Obasanjo and en masse. Okay. So, sir, your sense of history is a bit beclouded. I don't want to go beyond that point. But if you go back to the elections of 1999, you find out that the whole of the Southeast overwhelmingly voted for MKO. In fact, the whole of Nigeria voted for MKO. So I don't know where you're getting your own history from, but it's okay. Let's move on. Mahecho, yes, ma, we are coming to you. You've heard my brother from Cameroon, what I said, that is somehow we are being manipulated from outside of the realms of Africa. And I asked the question, when elders begin to behave like children, don't we need to re-examine our own conscience and our own way of doing things, especially with the fact that these are elderly men in Nigeria who have been running the country since independence today, and yet they have not been able to learn that they are being manipulated?
You see, before now, there were some things I do not understand. But when I begin to do research, I now realize that everything that is going on, there is the hand of the Western world. And they need puppet at home.
Yeah, that is the point.
When I discovered that, and I realized that I have to give power back to my children, because there is a saying that says, since good people refuse to put themselves in the political atmosphere, bad people will continue to be there to be used by this Western puppet. My brother from Cameroon, thank you so much for being here. And also thank you for letting us know that what is happening in Nigeria, where my Igbo brothers and sisters and children are being picked upon, is also happening in other African countries. So, to my Igbo brothers, sisters, children, fathers, and mothers, for us to change this story, it is not this my picking a Kene approach. Fire for fire, no. Are you hot? Yes. My grandfather, your grandfather, they didn't settle this matter once and for all. They can't give our papa. Our papa too, they refuse to also settle it. They don't come and give us. So are we going to carry it and give our children? If I won't carry me, as una mama, I say no. I say no. Oh, we have bad leader, we have bad leader. Where are the good leaders? Because I know that we have good people. People with character. People with honesty, integrity that can rule our nation. But they refuse. I don't want to store myself. I don't want to spoil myself. That is what our grandfather did. That is what my father did. And that is what some of us has done. The day a youth look at me in one of the space and said to me, now your generation that refused to fight for us, that has turned us to who we are. That was the day it dawned on me, say, I have a fight to fight. And if you don't want to join me, no problem. I know say some of my children, they won't go join me. I will go fight this fight. So my brother Okija and my brother Ekene, Kulu, temper. We go address this matter once and for all. And the journey, it just began.
Thank you so much.
We can't carry this and leave it behind for our children.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma. You've done well. And I like that. I wish I have your faith. However, I want to also support the fact that you are saying what should be said. Now,
no,
why do I say coming, ma?
Wait. When they say, when there is a will, there's always a way. Then why we have not solved a lot of this problem is because we don't have the will. We've not been able to change the system because we believe that, oh, they can rig, they will always rig. They cannot remove a sitting president, blah, 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 blah. Oh, a political party, it cannot come from nowhere without structure. It cannot win an election. But in this last election, my very correct children, when they understand that their destiny they at stake and the destiny of their children, did they not display it? Did they not win the election until useless Yakubu rig it for Tinubu? See,
right. Thank you so much. And
let me round up with this.
Okay.
I make up my mind for one thing. Those when they follow Showore way, now my children, I support them. Those when they follow Obi way, they be my children, I support them. Even this one they follow a philosophy of APC, they still be my children. The one when I feel drag, follow body through my ways, I go take the command. And the one when I want perish with APC, they go perish with that. But say me, in my lifetime, I will not die and die peacefully by putting the power in the hand of my children, that I know they are smart, they are intelligent to compete in the Western world. I will do it in my lifetime. All of us there for here. We there here because of waiting. Not because of the bad governance of our country that put us here. And what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we not helping them to develop their country, maintain the country, while our own continue to be destroyed? Are we not? Are we going to stay here with all the snow and everything and leave our good weather that is convenient for our skin? Are we going to leave all that if we get the basic amenity at home? How many of us went born for this place? Are you sure that in your old age and you decide to go back to Africa, that your children will go with you or come and visit you? So you see, my role, my goal is to see that we fight and have a better nation, so that my children, when are born for here, they go back to Africa. Because a time is coming. If we do not repair this Africa we are neglecting now, and we buy and leave this world, that your children, my children, our grandchildren, they will make them slaves. And over my dead body will I leave a system for my children that they will continue to be slaves. No, my children are queen. My children are king. My children are prince and princess. That is who they are. African continent has everything humanly possible in terms of mineral resources, good weather, and intellectual capacity of my children to be able to make African continent a great nation. But the wicked bigotry leader have decided to make it a war. And I say no. It is time for us to stand together in unity and build back our continent, starting from Nigeria, so that we can depart in peace and leave a better continent for our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Hecho, and I appreciate your input there. Yes, now let's go forward. Okija, you've heard what Mama Hecho said. Do you still believe is there something that sorry, Okija, let me leave you alone. Let me go straight to Doxter because he's just coming. Let's get a
no, let me go now because I have to go. You have
to go. I want you here because you have not answered some things I want to, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mama Hecho, I heard what you said, but I mean, some issues, they are bigger than you. They are bigger than you, so you can't solve them. You can't even scratch the surface. So it's not. I understand what you're trying to say, but just like I've said before, this it didn't start today. Nigeria, Nigeria didn't want to be one. Okay, and just like I've said, also only indeed would they have been making efforts, to glue Nigeria together. It seems that they are as if without Nigeria, they will not survive. So, and I'm not saying it. I have personal friends who are Yorubas, who are some other ethnic groups. It's not that we can be friends, but the thing, politically, we are not. Just like there are some, there are people, couple, they get married, they are friends, they get married, but they find out they can't be couple, but they can still be friends. So that's what's happening. It's the hate. You see the younger ones, if you go to social media, you see the younger ones who are spreading this, thing. They are younger than I am. They are young. They're, in their some in their 30s, some in their 20s. They're still spreading. So it's still getting root. And in the political space, where you see what is happening in the political space, you see it, how Igbos are, stifled. You see, in the appointment with Buhari, and then when Tinubu came, he's starting the same thing. So I don't know where you get, I don't know. It's not going to. It's something that's not going to stop. So the best thing is, let's stop the carnage, the emotional turmoil. Look at us, here. Instead of spending time with our families to do something, we are talking about Nigeria. I understand if a country is working, and then you have to spend your energy to talk about. Just like US is working. I understand, if we go to a spaces and they argue and fight, we are working. We are trying to make it better. But a country that is not working, why do you still fight over it? It's consuming your energy, consuming your finances. People in Nigeria, you know, you have people in Nigeria now, you know how much you're spending. I mean, I shut off my phone, people are just sending messages. You know, people are suffering, nothing is working. So, I mean, why do we keep, you know, trying to make this country work when it doesn't want to God? It's a country clubbed together by Satan. That's the way I look at it. You know, so it's not going to, God doesn't even want it to work. That's the way I'm looking at it. God doesn't even want it to work. So instead of me spending my energy, you know, Mama Hecho, we can be friends, you know, like, you know, we can chat on WhatsApp, you know, but with Nigeria, no. The hate is too much. The hate is too, I understand there are some good people in Nigeria. You know, we have witnessed a lot of them here on this platform, and they witnessed them during the election who rose over, you know, ethnic sentiment and voted for other candidates, just like there were Igbos that voted for other candidates, you know, a candidate that was not B2B. But the thing is, you know, politically, it's not working. So let us just, you know, dissolve it and move ahead and do something else. The problem, we can be good neighbors.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Now, sorry, One Africa, I will come to you, but let me go to Doxter. Doxter, you have followed from behind, you've heard all the arguments, and you know, you've read also from the comment section. The one of the comment I want you to comment on is from the one man went to Mo, who said that you know, we have Igbo-nized the platform. Tim, is it that we're discussing a topic that's not in the media space, or is it that we chose topics here? While you're trying to make a contribution, also you may want to touch on that. Are we leaning too much to the Igbo nation, or that we're discussing issues that are the hot burner
topics? Thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. You know, the more I listen, the more I just weep. So in the world today, blacks are talking about reparation. Why do they talk about reparation? Why do we talk about racism in the West? It's because they were the oppressed people. They were the slaves. The blacks were the slaves. And so it has to be a topic of discussion. You know, so whoever is saying that they shouldn't speak about these things might as well, then we should stop talking about racism in the world. Absolutely stop talking about it. You know, no black should go to America or UK and say, I want reparation, was enslaved and all that. Because, I mean, the thing in Nigeria is that you seem to want oppression for a certain set of people. We seem to validate oppression for a certain section of people. And then for the others, it's not the same, you know. For some people, justice must be very hard on them. And then for some others, it's not the same. And I just wonder, you know, the way I see it happening, you know, did we even really deserve the independence? You know, because the more I think about it, the Africans, Nigeria, the black race has an opportunity to show the world that they can be civilized people. They can move away from tribal ideologies and tribal enclaves. But what we keep on doing is we keep on wanting to think that we must have one dominant tribe and all that, or where I come from must be more dominant. And then we should not speak. Look, the Igbos we're talking about today is just one of the few oppressed people in Nigeria. The people in the Niger Delta, the Igbos are massively oppressed. Massively. Like I always tell people today, what is the benefit? I tell my friends from Bayelsa, the riverine areas, what is the benefit of Nigeria to you today? 40 years after the Civil War. What is the benefit? What can you show as the benefit? There's nothing. But what some people want is sweep it under the carpet. And the truth is this: the foundation of a structure determines how far it will go. I've always said it on this platform. Until we bring righteousness and justice into the equation, we go nowhere. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we celebrate the worst among us. And look, I don't cast aspersions on any tribe. I have good friends from Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba. They are marvelous people. Fela sang about ITT. Okay, that was about Adeola capturing the Commonwealth of the country. Yet we celebrate Adeola today as the father of democracy in Nigeria. Our value system is completely warped. I say there's something about the Western nations. They don't change it. They write it as it is. I was listening to I was listening to one of the journalists from America recently. Do you know what the person said? The person said you can expect that the moment Biden leaves office, somebody in the White House is going to write a book about all the scandals and everything that happened in the White House. That's what somebody will write a book about Biden's army. They will not mince words. They will write it. Trump, when he was in the White House, somebody he put as his own personal person, wrote a book about everything that was happening. They write it and they place it out there. They don't think about, oh, okay, it's from my place and I should. But in Nigeria, what happens is that we don't want the truth. What we want is things that lean to our ethnic ideology. Is it today that they started talking about, people started making genocidal statements? Not today. It's littered everywhere. Is it today that by God started in Nigeria? Then all of a sudden, I don't, and to be honest, I don't condone what the lady said, but that tells you the quality of reasoning in the Nigerian space. What that lady did was just tell you and in fact, the president has one of his essays as a by God. And what are we, whoever is saying that in that it's not about Igbos, it's about the oppression. They should talk about the oppression in the Niger Delta. There's a massive oppression there. The people there are being oppressed. The people in the riverine areas, they are being oppressed. And like I tell people, let us not think that Nigeria is any different. All you need to do is read historical books. Even read the Quran or read the Bible. After war, what happens? After a war, what happens? The victor dominates the place. He balkanizes the place. He takes over the place for as long as he wants, as long as his hand can hold it. That is what is happening in Nigeria. When Nigeria went into war, are you aware that in the first...
Who is the victor? Who is the victor in Nigerian context?
Of course, we know in Nigeria, the victor is the Fulani and the Yorubas. Those were the two tribes.
How are they the victor?
The victor is external components are the UK, internal components are the Yorubas, and the Hausa Fulanis. It's simple.
Does that make them victor? Have you heard of the no victor, no vanquish?
No. Can I let him make his point? We'll come back to you. Please go ahead.
We'll talk about that later. But I don't think they are victor on anybody.
There is nothing like anybody that believes no victor, no vanquish. Then you are not reasoning. You are just looking at the literature. Go and look at the history of war. Example, let me give you an example. In Ukraine today, Ukraine is fighting a war. Are you aware that BlackRock has already won the contract to rebuild Ukraine for the next 20 years? The moment the war stops, what are we talking about? Why do we deceive ourselves in this place? When you fight a war, after the war, whoever wins the war dominates.
Did Biafra actually surrender in the war?
Let me talk. So
let's be factual here now. We shouldn't be propagating falsehood here.
Okay, you might see. Go ahead. The leader of, let me just answer his question. The leader of, in quotes, the people that the Biafrans believe was leading them, which is Odumegwu Ojukwu. Before he died, what did he say? He said, move away from Biafra.
Never surrendered. Ojukwu did not surrender.
Please, Oga, listen before you talk so that you don't misquote. So you understand what I'm saying. Ojukwu told the Igbos, move away from Biafra of a place to move to Biafra of the mind. So anybody that is here fighting Ojukwu never surrendered, Ojukwu, you are just living, you can live in that world. I can't berate you, it's fine. You can live there, I won't argue with you. But the truth is this, in any war situation, when you lose, you get conquered, you get dominated until you can break the shackles of your neck. Is it a hard thing to know that in Nigeria today, who has ruled Nigeria? It has been between the Hausa Fulanis and the Yorubas. Those are the people that only have the legitimate, in quotes, the legitimate right to rule Nigeria. Tinubu came in. No matter, and look, you have very good Yoruba people. Afenifere said, no, support Igbo presidency. Tinubu said, Milokon, it's my turn. How come the idea to support Igbo presidency did not resonate in the North? It's because the generals that have held Nigeria captive are still in charge. However, there's something. There was a lecture I listened to recently, and the man said, "Look, if you hold somebody down, it invariably means that you yourself will have to stay down with the person, and that is why Nigeria is not making progress." There is a set of people in Nigeria that believe that the Igbos, the people from the eastern region, not even the Igbos alone, even the people in the south have to be held down and oppressed. And the truth is that no matter how you hold the person down, you yourself cannot stand up and run. That's why Nigeria seems to try to make a little bit of progress, and it will return back because they are trying to hold the people down. Look at the appointments everywhere. Look, in Nigeria today, the shining lights in Nigeria today, the people showing lights in the world, Okonjo-Iweala, one of the people showing, if you mention 10 people showing lights internationally today, I can assure you that 6 or 7 of them are Igbos. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? In fact, I saw recently the highest graduating neurosurgeon from is it Harvard University or Johns Hopkins? He's an Igbo guy from Anambra State. These people are, so the point is that if you cannot allow the lights to shine, you will live in darkness. If the people that will allow the lights to shine, you say no, they should not be part of the system, then Nigeria will stay in darkness. Africa will stay in darkness. But we must, when we come here, we must come with the knowledge that there is a massive education that needs to be done. Nigeria has an opportunity now because you have a generation that had nothing to do with the war and they want to move forward. However, you have another generation from the old, like the Baya or Ononugas, that are stuck in that time. They are stuck in that old time and not realizing that times have changed. So the responsibility on us is to start making sure that we educate the new generation so that they are not corrupted. Because what is happening is that the young ones are fast being corrupted by the false narrative. The young people don't want that. Look, when you use your phone app, there's this Nigerian guy, Billord. He has an app that allows a transaction. Does anybody care about who owns the app? Do you care? When you download the app, do you look at, Billord is from Anambra State, I'll be from Imo State. Do you look at, this app belongs to No! You are looking for service. When you go to the hospital and you need treatment, do you look at, who is the doctor? No! And the young people want to move forward. However, people like Abike Dabiri and some others are stuck in that time of, you think that the only way you can move forward is by painting a set of people bad and making them look like they don't offer any value. And if we continue in that situation, the truth is that somehow, some way, this thing will break out. Nigeria has an opportunity to be a great nation or to go the way of Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia. That is the truth. We are in a crossroad. It's either we become a great nation, come together like the countries of the UK, come together and be a great nation, or whether we like it or not, hunger, poverty will push us apart. Injustice will push us apart. The Supreme Court today is clear that Osibanjo said it, that the framework of Nigeria is very fragile. It is very fragile, and we cannot paper over the cracks anymore. One day, the structure will collapse. But we, as the people that are here, have an opportunity to educate the young generation. If we want to keep it together, we have a chance, an opportunity to keep it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that contribution. I actually gave you more time so that you can deliver as much as those things, because we need to hear it. I'm coming to you, Kenneth, but if you won't mind, okay, have you
30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Take your 30 seconds.
Yes. I'm not trying to condemn my brother Dexter in his, entirely, but I just want to correct an impression. In Nigeria, there was no victor in Nigeria. So please, I want you to erase that idea from your head. There was no victor. Ojukwu never surrendered anyone. And for you to claim that the victor will always behave or hold you on ground as long as he wants is not true. We have recorded wars where, let's assume there was a victor, where victor was later defeated, right? We have the Battle of Bunker Hill, we have the Battle of Borodino, we have the Battle of Avera, and even the Phasus fight, where they even won the first two battles and later they were defeated. Now, see, my brother, in Nigeria, there was no victor. And that fact still remains, unless if you try to put a different idea now. But me, as a person, this is the first time I'm hearing that there was a victor in Nigeria.
Okay.
There was never, please.
Can I thank you? And I want to
put that on our people. Our people were never defeated, and they will never be defeated by anyone in that country.
Let me.
If they want to, we can still try second round.
Hold on now. I want to try and let you know what he meant by that. You see, at the end of the war, it wasn't that they declared no victor, no vanquish, the 3 hours. But in real practice, that's what he's trying to say. In the real practice, the people who decided that the Southeast should be a no-go area. I can say this more because I listened to that interview that
Philip Effiong was manipulated to accept to surrender without even hearing from Ojukwu, his master. So Philip Effiong was manipulated to accept stepping down the wall.
No,
that was not a defeat.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But that's it. You see, what we're going to do on this channel, so I don't digress, we are going to discuss this Igbo question. That day is going to be an Igbo question. We'll talk about it and we'll try to see how it can be done and going forward what we can do. But for now, let's move on. Reverend, okay, sorry, Pastor Andrew, you're here. Your initial thoughts, please. My brother, One Africa, I'm still going to come back to you, please. Don't go.
Okay, no problem.
No, you can go to him, PJ. After him, I can go.
Okay, One Africa, you have heard this now, and I know that when I was following the political development in southern Cameroon, something like this was going on. And I want you to tell us from your own experience how people are able to tackle that, or is it still going on to this moment?
It's still going on.
It's still going on.
Yeah.
And any solution that worked in southern Cameroon so far?
I don't think so. There is no solution so far. I don't even think there will be a solution. I wanted first to address some things that Kenneth said. I want to say that there is no country in this world that was formed with the consent of the population of those countries. No countries, including the European country. Most of them were formed during the Rome Empire, right? And they didn't even have one language. They were trapped in France, contrary to what people think. Even in England, there was never a single language, right? They adopted one language and they get rid of other languages. I'm not saying that we should do that in Africa, but it's something that we should know. France, England, and Portugal was never formed with the consent of the population. That is the first thing. That is to come to Africa to say that the fact that we were formed by, we may say, colonialist, right?
Are you busy? Huh?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you should not be ashamed. That is what I wanted to point out. And also, I noticed that sometimes the only solution you have is to break out and form a country. You said that there is an Igbo nation. Maybe, but I'm not so sure that there was not an Igbo state before. So I'm not so sure that even if you form an Igbo country, that country will be united. They might still use the same strategy to disorganize that country. There are also Igbo traitors, right? We also need to know that. They may also try to target some traitors among Igbo to disorganize. Same thing if there is a Yoruba countries. So if I'm trying to say that if you don't target this issue, the origin of the issue, you may not get to the point. We see that in South Sudan, right? They form a country, but now they are fighting among themselves, including the North. They're also fighting among themselves. Why? Because they use strife to grab powers. That is a strategy. If you don't understand that, it's just a strategy. It's not even to the benefits of the people. When they say that there is a Yoruba is president, it's not that is benefiting Yoruba people. No, it's benefiting some kind of elite only. And they use that and a strategy to grab power, to control power, right? Because the main thing is resources here. They don't want you, Igbo, but they want your resources. That is what we need to understand. Even if you form a country, they still want your resources. So if you are not aware of that, they will still use the same strategy. I was saying that I was not saying that you need to become one country in Africa. It's not even possible. I'm saying that we need to join fight, right? When I saw that people were fighting in Cote d'Ivoire, I still take this example. I didn't understand the position of Nigeria and even Kenya. I saw someone like Raila Odinga. They were fighting Gbagbo and even Nigeria, the president. And later on, this guy, the prime minister of Kenya, he got the same issue. They let him know that Raila Odinga, he cannot be president in Kenya. So we are having the same issue. I'm just saying that we should not, and at least patriots, right? Not all Africa, because there will always be traitors. They are not going to, this is not going to finish anytime soon. So that is my point on this, right? So you need to also evaluate the capacity. If you can reach there, are they going to allow you to do that?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. So what is simply saying that even eventually we decide to be free, we decide to break ourselves into different countries or different ethnic groups, the West will still not allow us to achieve that aim, because their own aim is to make Africa the place of their raw materials.
Exactly.
How Europe underdeveloped Africa is a very important book that some of us should need to read, by Rota Wardney, yeah. And that book, we read it many years ago, and we are now living in that space. At that time, of course, you all know how it ended. Let's not go into this for now. Let's make traction. Yes, if you don't mind, Pastor, I'm not sure you're ready now, so I want to bring Ego Air in. Mama Hecho, I'm seeing you. Ego Air has come and gone. Now that he's here, I don't know whether he's going to go again. Let us hear from him. Okay, Ego Air, you have been listening to us, and the argument have been quite intense. Some people have accused us of all kinds of things, but what do you say? What do you say?
Good evening, everyone. KJ, thank you so much for this program that you bring this evening. Also, I thank our people that is in comment section. Adam, I see your hand, and the other one, I see people hand in comment section, trying to correct some certain people over there. But I want to say something that make me to come on this panel is based on the first submission, of our brother, One Africa, and our submission of our Mama HD, Southern Nature. So, Igbo submission touched me so much. To the extent I started looking at what is happening on within ourselves. Then Mama HD trying to say that we need to get rid of this evil people that are holding Africans down. But I want to say something. Charity begins at home. Atalia, take your time. Charity begins at home. Sorry. Charity begins at home. How do I mean that charity begins at home? It's my daughter. They are disturbing my peace here. So what I mean that charity begins at home is that we cannot say that we want to get rid of bad governance or bad people in Nigerian politics without getting rid of what is happening within ourselves, especially in this panel. If we cannot unite together in this panel to face the actual truth here, there's no way we unite together to fight against these people that want to keep us in a captivity to the eternity. When your brother is making a submission and you don't understand what your brother is trying to say, what you need to do is to calm down. Then when it comes to your turn, then you make your own contribution and make some correction over it. That's number one thing. Number two, we that say that we are oppressor, what are we doing within ourselves? Because if we cannot unite together, there's no how we are going to fight. There's no how we're going to fight against people who are oppressing us. Now, our mama here said that that the problem that we have, there's no will. That's true. There's no will to stand again. How do we get the will? By getting the will that when we understand that there's oppressor people oppressing us, then we unite ourselves together. Stand as one broom that can never be breaking. Then when we stand at one broom can never be break, at that time we're going to have a strong will to stand against our oppressors. Based on the bone of contention concerning the woman from Canada that make a statement that she made. Personally, the first day I hear about the comments, the first day I hear about this, I saw the video. So something I was reading in my mind. And when there's some people in the House of Representatives who supposed to sit down with more than 300 members to discuss into the matter and find out the bone of contention. This is why she made that comment. Rather, only 2 or 3 people, they sat together and write a letter to the Nigerian High Commission. I mean, to Canadian High Commission, Lagos. What happened to that? Because one, anything that happens within Igbos, because an issue, I have to be sincere. Let us say the truth. Because some people in Lagos have made a comment that is more than that. Even Tinubu wife in 2019, she made that comment. If Igbos cannot vote for APC, they are going to throw them into a lagoon. Have we forgot the statement of Remi Tinubu? Have we forgot the statement that this guy from River State, Ajaero Dokobo, made? Said that he carry a gun, AK-47, and show it on live program. The thing is everywhere on the internet. Why don't governments, why don't people, House of Representatives, write a letter? Why don't DSS arrest him? I want us to because if we're able to tell ourselves the truth, we know how to fight everything. MCO Omoolo, or what do they call it, in Lagos State, what did he do? They have anybody called his attention? There is one platform in Lagos State that platform was established in 2015. Till today, there is a kind of statement they drop against Igbos. What have they done? Have they write a letter to DSS to arrest these people? See what is happening in Cameroon, in the East Cameroon. For Biya have been sending military to kill all these people in East Cameroon, because how can you bring a judge who does not speak English, who speak only French, to come and be a judge in a city where they speak only English, you don't hear French? I'm talking about oppressors. That's why we are facing all these things. Where this problem is going on in Nigeria and Africa at large. But the people who are oppressing be able to come together and say, no, this kind of thing are not going to work within ourselves. We watch each people back. We watch our backs and fight against them. Then we succeed. The external factor that one of our brothers was talking here, external factor we are talking about is here. It's all about Westerners. Our brother for Cameroon make a strong statement that if Nigeria be able to survive, that means Africa have survived out of slavery. And because of Nigeria could not survive, that's why they created a lot of problems in Nigeria. so that Nigeria will not open that, and Nigeria will not come to that level they're supposed to come to liberate other Africa. That's the reason why they kill Gaddafi. But Gaddafi trying to make them unite.
They don't want another China to happen. Yeah. They don't.
That's why they kill Gaddafi. Yeah. What did they kill Gaddafi? Gaddafi tried. I could remember in either 1993 or 94, thereabouts, in 90s. Let me say in 90s, Gaddafi trying to meet Abacha and ask Abacha, let's unite together and open African World Bank. Gaddafi was trying to do away with the West, but when they found that they used Obama, an African man, to do what? To destroy Gaddafi. That's how it is in the Western world. When the Western world find out that a nation want to survive, when they want to become who they want to become, they use their own fellow brother, their fellow countrymen to do what? To pull you down. That's what they're doing in Africa. They use the leader to do what? To surprise the citizens of the country and create a lot of problems. But if we do not allow ourselves here in this platform, I don't care whether I'm from Igbo, I don't care whether I'm from Yoruba, I don't care whether I'm from Edo, I don't care whether I'm from Delta, I don't care whether I'm from Wari, any place. But we join together here, say that we're not going to continue in that form. We say that we have one voice, one mind, we're able to overdo all these things.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
My question to you is this: how long shall Africa keep saying this thing over and over? How long? Because we have been on this trajectory for so long. We have been on this trajectory, China has developed. We have been on this trajectory, Japan has developed. We have been on this trajectory, Malaysia have developed. We have been on this trajectory, the whole of the East Africa, Middle East, that is Saudi Arabia and the rest, they have all become nations that people are now a destination points. West Africa, East Africa, North Africa.
Now, when they talk about long, so that the other people have time to talk. When they talk about how long they're going to take, it means how long we have a willingness to become one, to do what to get these people, these strong people in a presidential seat, to get strong people out of the ways. Because if we don't get it out of the ways, that means it will continue to be long. So the time we take now to plan ourselves in 2027, before 2027, how to deal with all these strong people and how to represent it in governorship, in president, and all the rest of them, and make sure that these strong people do not go there. For instance, this young man from Abia State, who is number 6 in the federal House of Assembly, who make a comment against a sitting governor. If people of that constituency be able to gather themselves together and say, this man will no longer to represent us and vote him out, that is the time frame it takes to overcome these things. We cannot go back. We cannot sit back. But you have to do something from today. We have to start from today against tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move forward. Thank you so much for your contribution. We really appreciate that. Mama Hecho, how many minutes?
Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, take your 2 minutes. Then we'll come to you, Pastor Andrew.
There is one thing I want us to understand. My Igbo brothers, my Igbo children, my Igbo daddy that are hurting. We cannot change the past. This thing that is causing this, it happens in your past, in my past. We can't change it. But we can change the future. And the future can only be changed when we accept the fact that the past cannot be changed, the future can be changed, but we can only achieve that by unity. We can't continue this story. Every day we are here describing tribe. None of us. You see, we can continue to describe tribe if us will tell me that when we are coming into this world, we choose the tribe of which we want to come. You see, the main problem is between white and black. Oh, that is the main cocoa problem. But our people at home who have decided to become puppet because they have a lot of garbage. You see, these people does not use people who does not have garbage that they don't want the public to know. You see, we need to go and do research on our own because some of these things we are saying, some of these things I said today, I did research. I did my finding. Let's read book. Let's see things. Because the only way they are keeping us captive in our own heart of refusing want to change is because even we don't read. We only move about with propaganda of this one say, that one say, but we don't read to get information. So if you will not do this because of yourself, I am begging us, let's do it because of our children. Let's do it because of our grandchildren. Let's say enough is enough. Let us get out of this and build a better Africa, a better Nigeria for ourselves. Is it possible? Yes. Is it difficult? Of course. But when there is a will, there is always a way. It is
Okay.
easy to break a broomstick, but when it is a bunch of broom, it is impossible to break.
Thank you, ma.
You cannot use a stick of broom to sweep your room clean, but a bunch of broom will sweep it correct. Let's prepare. The battle is fierce, but the victory is sure.
All right, ma. Thank you.
Look at Burkina Faso. Even though they are doing military regime, but the young guy is showing us the better way. They say no to France. They join Russia willingly. But the young guy is doing a lot. He was supposed to spend 2 years to leave. But because their people see the things he was doing and he has not finished, they pleaded with him to stay more years so that he can spend 5 years. Nigeria. We won't wait for Burkina Faso, make them get and right.
Okay, ma.
If they do it before we wake up, they go tell us, say, una call us, una be big brother before. But we now don't become a big brother.
Thank you so much. Ma, thank you. You have actually taken more time, but it's okay. You made a precise point, and let's come to this panel with open mind. You know, we're all looking for how solutions can be gotten. Nobody who knows. So some people who are making comments, look, if you know it, please take on the link and come in and give us your own opinion. You know. All right. Thank you, Pastor Andrew. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to take it from a different perspective, okay? Particularly this time, referencing, highlighting the qualities of the Igbos, which is true. And I think One Africa said something important. The president being a Yoruba doesn't mean that I don't know how he put it, but when you walk into the filling station to buy fuel today, they don't care whether you're a Yoruba or an Igbo. Nobody cares. You pay the same amount of money. In fact, you will have to shop around to look for a filling station that is selling at 950 because most are selling at over 1,000 naira. So if anyone can tell me that the Igbo man or the Yoruba man or the Efik man buy fuel is being sold fuel differently because of his tribe, then you win the argument. But we all buy the same will buy to buy at the same price. So I think we need to move away from this narrative of Igbo. All we all want, whether we have our own, whether we break up tomorrow, all we want is good governance. It doesn't matter who is going to provide it. Whether it's the disabled man that is going to provide it, or the blind man, or the lame man, it doesn't matter. It's what is good governance we want at the end of the day. And until we leave this, let me finish, please, if you don't mind, please. You have your time to talk. And until we leave this narrative behind, then we'll still remain the same way where we are. That's just the truth. In respect to the woman, the Canadian woman, unverified report, she's lost her job from, I was talking to a few people this morning. I'm yet to verify that. Two, she probably lost her citizenship. But the point is, for everything we say, there's consequences for it. For every false narrative we push, I may not be arrested. I may not lose my job, depending on my circumstances. I may own my business. Those who push, but if I push it, there's always a consequences, and which we are facing today. So when we come to public space, it's a lesson for every one of us to learn that we are also accountable, or we can be held accountable even for the words that came out of our mouths. It's unfortunate what she said. I will say this, very unfortunate. I'm not going to make excuse for her whether she's any good mental state of health or not. No, I'm not going to make such an excuse. She's in her right state of mind. And that is one of the things we promote or we preach. Because this divide has to stop. You can see what is on the screen there by Dr. Alex Gomez. He highlighted the what? The person, I think, Desta. But he being a Yoruba man, the man was his mentor. So they don't look at tribe when they do all these things. I think somebody here said sometime on the, when we walk into the hospital, do we decide which doctor, the tribe that will attend to us? The answer is no. When we back at home in Nigeria context, every one of us here, we've taken a bus. If we've ever lived in Nigeria before, we've taken a bus from point A to point. Have we ever asked, is that bus driver an Igbo man? Is that bus driver a Yoruba man? But we trust him to take us from point A to point B safely. All we're concerned is we arrive at that point safely. So we will be held accountable for even the words that comes out of our mouths. Whether we like it or not, whether they sack us on our job or not, but let's stop pushing this narrative of Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, this thing. All we are asking for is good governance at the end of the day. Because things, whatever is happening in Nigeria, the high cost of living is affecting, everybody. No one is exempted from it. Even those of us in diaspora, we are feeling it because we are sending more money than usual. So if you were sending 100 euros before, because things have gone up, you have to now up your own sending, or maybe you will now be sending 150 or 200, which now affects your own expenses. So you see, it's all in a cycle. So if we think that it's about Igbo, it's about Yoruba, it's about Hausa, then we really missed it. I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you think it is about Igbo, about Hausa, about Yoruba, about Efik, about Bibio, about Urobo, about Shekiri, about Angas, about Birom, about Nupe, about Jukun, about Igalas, about Idoma, about
sorry, one last thing.
If you think of any of those, you will be making a mistake. Yes,
Sorry,
go ahead.
one last thing, KG. You see, you highlighted the achievement of the Igbo man. Am I correct?
Yes.
Good. Now, the Hausa man, the Efik man also have their own achievement in other fields. This is what we have to. So, if the Igbo man is he dominant in every field? The answer is no. So, as we have the 5 fingers, different lengths, cut off this thumb, then see how the 4 will function. If the 4 will function properly beside this, outside this 5th finger. So we all have our own qualities and we meet at a point to complement each other. I think we should stop this narrative.
Okay.
It's getting too much, to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Just 5 seconds.
Can I hold on? Hold on.
Okay. I will forget, please.
Okay.
5 seconds. My brother, electricity. We have those that have 5 fingers, 2 hands properly intact, but those hands are very useless. They don't know how to use it. And we have those that don't have any, but they can function properly more than those that have hands. And again, you're talking about fuel in Nigeria, that the price of fuel is same everywhere. Same in Nigeria, you have a pump. A particular pump is filled with air. So you come, you pay for gas, for fuel, and they'll put the nozzle in your tank and they will fill it up with just emptiness, nothing, and they will charge you. Same Nigeria. I just want to add to what
that's got nothing to do with tribe. That got to do with integrity. Don't do this, please.
Hold on.
You are too much for this.
We are talking about what Amaka said, but we are not concerned about Amaka's mental health. This is the lady that has been traumatized by what 2 Yoruba guys in Austria said against the Igbo children and encouraged their Yoruba brothers all over the world to begin to buy Igbo children. So this woman is responding based on her trauma. So my concern now is her mental health, not what she said about Yorubas, right? What she's talking about is this woman okay? How do we help her to regain her mental health? Because this woman has been traumatized. She was so concerned about the life of her children. Going by what these 2 Yoruba guys in Austria encouraged their Yoruba brothers all over the world to begin to do against Igbo children. And surprisingly, you didn't hear it anywhere. Yoruba lawmakers, Igbo lawmakers or Nigerian lawmakers did not write a letter to Austria's government to ask for prosecution of those boys. And now everybody is centered about what Amaka said is right and correct. I support what she said. And it is time that every Igbo person should begin to say similar things, even if you don't mean it, so that at least let's talk now. Let's talk about bigotry now. Let's talk about tribal bigotry now. Let's talk about hate speech now. Let's settle our matters once and for all.
You asked me for 1 minute, but you take it more than that. Okay.
Sorry.
No wahala. And now, Pastor Andrew, don't mistake my highlighting what the man said as a way of trying to say other people don't have. If any other person has put what they do, I will say highlight it. I highlight both, even the insult. People insult me here, I highlight it. I'm just here as a moderator. I have my opinion, and when I finish and that, I just act as a moderator. So everything you see me highlight is things I think can move the conversation forward. I don't necessarily highlight when people are insulting people. I will not do that. But if it's to me, if you are insulting me as a moderator, I mean, I'm a nobody. I don't. You know, the popularity contest. I'm not here to contest popularity, so I don't mind. You know, but I won't allow you to insult another member of the panel. I've made that clear. That's very clear. So now the question is, some people have said this. They propose for this discussion not because we decided to choose this topic. This topic chose us. We didn't wake up and went to choose it. It's what is trending on the news that we'll bring here and discuss. So if Igbos are trending on the news, when we bring it to discuss, please don't say it has now become an Igbo panel, Igbo station, Igbo whatever. It's not true. Okay. Now, there are also other things we have discussed which people have not talked about. So let's not be emotional about this. Let's just discuss it with an open mind. And that's like Kenneth said, the woman may have been traumatized. I listened to all the broadcasts, even before her own comments. I listen to that broadcast. I don't go to other people's panel, but I don't want to say I'm a news junkie. I listen to news. You will not understand how much of news I hear. I hear so much, and I follow channels to hear, and I do my background check. So I heard that broadcast when it was going on, and when those people were making those comments. Okay, so now is that justifying what she has said? No, it's not justifying it. I'm simply saying that, look, sometimes there's a pushback, not because the people want to push back. I've come to this channel and I've sometimes, been very annoyed. I went annoyed. But I go back and ask myself, why was I even being annoyed? Because there's no need for it. But at that heat of the moment, you can say some things which you eventually regret later. So let's also cut some slack for the other people who are also at the receiving end. I'm coming to Bumi. Bumi, it's good to see you, and you have followed us. You must have been able to enjoy all the discussion. What says thou from your own point of view?
Good evening, Mr. KJ, and good evening, everyone. I didn't start from the start, but I did join probably like an hour ago. But the main reason why I came was because of a certain narrative in terms of like the comparison between Africa and Europe. And I hear a lot of people tend to compare like the creation of European countries to the creation of African country. And I do think that's not a very equivalent comparison. You can't because a while ago I literally dipped, even though I knew, but I really dipped that my mother was under military rule. The woman that gave, I was not born in military rule, so obviously I don't know how that feels. But my mother was born under military rule. And then I also clocked that, wait a second, my grandfather was born when the British people were still in Nigeria. That's not a very long time ago. That's just 3 generations. And the creation of Nigeria was what, in the 1914, sorry. That's not a very long time ago. There are probably some people who are still alive till today. And when we tend to compare a creation of that to European countries that have been existing for centuries, they did not create them yesterday. Some of them were, but majority of them, at least the big one, the top Gs, were not just created like 60 years ago or something like that. It took them centuries. And if we should understand the history of the creation in terms of like majority of, yes, Europe is diverse, but majority of the countries are kind of created or are structured around ethno-linguistic groups, whether they have the same language or like similar culture. You cannot compare how diverse Nigeria is to all European countries. Nigeria is so diverse. How many languages do we have in Nigeria? How many culture? So it's like when you really look at Nigeria on its own, then you compare the entire Africa, it's not a just comparison. So I think we need to put into account that maybe one of the reasons why it might be easier for those other people, but it's not easy for us because one, we are not very young, so we are not very old. We are still a relatively young country. 2, we are very much diverse. There are lots of beliefs, lots of different ways of addressing issues and that, and we need to put that into consideration. So when people tend to dismiss, okay, when a Yoruba person says something, when an Igbo person says something, say, oh no, just come together as one. You're not talking about 10 to 1. You're talking about 200 to 1. That's a big number. So when people tend to like say, oh, let's just be Nigeria, one Nigeria, what is our identity? I low-key think why it's so hard for us to be patriotic is because we still don't know what it means to be Nigerian. What does it actually mean? When you look at the history that of recent, they started teaching history, right? When we look at the history that they are teaching, the history starts from the creation of Nigeria. Are you telling us that my entire great grandfather started existing when Nigeria was created. No, it existed way longer before that. But if we don't put that into account, because that affects the way people deal with certain situation, the way people address certain, that's also a big thing, because you cannot just ignore someone's culture. You can't. The person's culture is a way of life, the same way their belief system is also their way of life. So I think maybe that's also what plays into account in terms of like how you see people, how people can be easily bigot, because we still haven't created something that joins us together as people. It's easier for me not to be a bigot because of the way I was raised, and also because I just, when I analyze the world we live in, it doesn't make any sense. But because I think like that does not mean I should then disregard other people's perspective of life, because those things are the way they see life and it does exist. And if we don't put that into consideration and just try to fake happiness, fake, oh, we are happy people, let's just be one, it does not exist like that. So that's like the only thing I came for. I do believe that the bigotry will still forever exist in Nigeria because, one, we don't have an identity. There's nothing that puts us together. My ancestors didn't put us together. A group of people from outside put us together, and they're forcing us to be together.
Okay.
Does not mean that I'm just going to end on this. Does not mean that I'm not a big Nigerian fan. I am. I do think that we have a lot of power as a country. But if we don't decide what we are and we vibe on what someone else has told us, we're never going to achieve anything.
Thank you, Bumi, and I like your take on that. Just to dwell a bit on what you've said. When we went to school, we actually read history of the history was taught not from the beginning of the creation of Nigeria, but we all read about the West African, the empires and all that. In Nigeria in particular, we read about the northern trade fair, the North African trade fair, trade routes and all that, the Hausa states and all that, the coming of Usman Dan Fodio and the Masa Musa, the Sunday Atta, and all those are great historians. We are all thought of those who were able to make what is now known as West Africa, the Songhai Empire, and all that. The Savannah Empire, we all read that. But unfortunately, the people that have decided that education will no longer be profitable, decided that those things should be taken off. It made our understanding of Africa rich, because you now go to Ghana, you can see what you read, you can hear the people, you can see the tribe. You go to the north, you know the Hausa state, the 5 Hausa states, and all that. You come to the south, you hear. So you talk about the Benin Empire. How many of us know that the longest wall that ever was built by man was built by the Benin Kingdom? Whoever knew that? How many of us know that? It was destroyed by the British, and now we refer to the Great China Wall as the wall that is the biggest. So these are things our own people. It's no longer the white people. It's our own people that said that those things should not be taught, and they removed it. And so we have been left, like a chicken without feathers. You don't know where you're coming from, so you don't know what. In other nations, they teach, even the Civil War will have been taught, and people will get to learn the facts in it. However, you're not here to hear my opinion. We're here to hear you guys' opinion. So that's just by the way. I will skip Mama Hecho and One Africa and come to Maska. Maska is here, and Maska has followed us, although I think he came in just to make one or two contributions. Maska, you have heard the discussion so far. What do you say? We have touched on many things. We touched about on the DSS man who have taken over. We touched on the school entry levels now that has to be 18 before you get into the university. We've talked about also the Amaka ladies video that have gone viral and the response of the Nigerian government vis-a-vis the National Assembly and Madam Abike Dabiri. Like I said I respect her, and somebody say, what's there to respect? The lady is not just let's not rate her by just this action. She has been, on a personal experience, I will say, I had gone to Niger to do a story, and eventually we got there, and the people now said, oh, the purpose for which we were there was not correct. Okay, and they term us as terrorists and all that, and we're going to lock us up, So I had my cell phone, so I called my boss then, and my boss now called Abike Dabiri, who called down fire. I mean, she called down fire, literally called down fire. So yes, my experience with her had not turned out to be somebody who is, not a nice person. Although we all have our biases, and so maybe her bias in this case overshadowed her understanding of what was going on. What are we holding her for? We're saying that she should have looked at the precedence incidences and also taken the same action. Then maybe this lady wouldn't have come up. But what do you say? That's our own opinion. What's your own opinion? Yes, Masca, we're waiting for you. So you are muted, and I can't unmute you here. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I guess maybe you have to. The prelude to the question was too long, and
okay. No, I just tried.
I lost track of.
Yeah, I thought everything we have discussed, just in case you want to weigh in on that. But you can choose whatever you want to talk about. It's okay.
Okay, I didn't join from the beginning. I started listening at some point, and then I think it was after One Africa spoke. Then I took the decision that, okay, I think I should join. Well, after Mama Hecho and One Africa, I felt, okay, yeah, maybe I should join in and add my 2 pence. For me, I'm not going to join issues with it, whatever topic you guys are discussing. I've always said, in my opinion, we tend to follow the distraction. We will not discuss the main issues. We will follow the distraction, and come 2027, the unthinkable happens, then we go back to complaining again. Today, if you ask me, the reality is that we do not have a truly functional society. The key topic for all of us should be how to build a functional society. The idea that I will expect fuel to be okay, or that I expect my politicians to do the right thing, or I expect the educational system to work, or I expect Nigerian football team to win will be out of place. Because foundationally, there is the whole place is upside down. In fact, not the place. We first as a people are upside down. We don't even seem to understand basic survival concepts. Okay? You are inside the same house, the same room with people. You think that by destroying the hut, you're helping yourself. No, because if you destroy the roof that is over your head, yes, maybe the other person that is in the same tent with you is going to have a problem, but you also are going to have a massive problem also. So I would want to say that the key thing for me is just to implore everybody that yes, we're different, we're of different tribes, but the reality about life today as it is, not yesterday, not tomorrow, today, whether you like it or not, there is geopolitics. And what I mean by geopolitics is that the world is running based on certain concepts. One of the concepts is that there are some people who feel the global resources belong to them because they think that they are the civilized people today. Wherever resources are, they should go and take it. Okay, and it's not today that it started. They've taken us as resources. They've taken us as people to go and use. It's not going to stop. until we put our hearts together, we put our heads together, we sit down and think right. By thinking right is to understand that, yes, this geopolitics is for real. It's not about whether I like the next person, my neighbor in Niger Republic or in Benin Republic or in Ghana. But the fact is that we are in the same place. This is the reality. People say that the white people put us together, and I find it ridiculous. It's like the white people carried us from different places and then brought us to the same place. This is absurd. We were all living in the same place as neighbors. They came and saw us as neighbors. It's nothing like the white people put us together. We were all together even before, long before they came. We may not like each other, but the truth is that we're all living in the same house. Whether you call it Nigeria, whether you call it Biafra, whether you call it Ariwa, that place is one and the same. The people who want to come and take the resources around that place don't care how you think of your neighbor. These are the realities that drive the world. It's not even the color. It's basically politics. That politics is driven by economics. And this economics, you can translate it into resources. You can translate. Sometimes I get tired talking about this issue, but one has to do what one has to do. Okay. On this platform, somebody recommended a book. And first 3-4 pages, it was shocking. The woman was writing that to her people in the UK that they should come and see. We have a lot of good things. We don't even know we have them. She wrote it in written form. And that, look, not only that they should come and take what we have, but that they can use us as a market. When they take the resources, they go and manufacture it. We will be a good market for them. And this is still the reality. We don't have employment simply because we are not manufacturing things in our place. They take our crude oil and they send refined petroleum product for us. As it is today, Nigeria does not have electricity. The issue is not because we are Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa. The issue is that we need to put our heads right. We are neighbors. We sit in the same place. Even if we divide ourselves, it makes a lot of sense for us to sit down at some forum to think about the geopolitics of the world. So I am just pleading with all of us. Yes, we are different. We think we are better than the next person, but there are people who think that they are better than all of us, and they are taking us for a ride. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maska, and I hear you. Fortunately, for some of what you've spoken about, like I said earlier on this, when we started following Rota Wadney was even in our secondary school, started reading such stories of how Europe underdeveloped Africa, and we have gone further. And I can even tell you that Africa was never meant to develop. Africa was always meant to continuously to remain as a raw material place. And just like the policy that I initially talked about here, of the policy of the Nigerian government after the Civil War towards the East, is the same policy that was adapted against Africa after they decided to, partition it. And that policy still holds sway till today. It has not changed. So, but it behoves on the leadership of the people to decide to say, okay, we are no longer satisfied in going this direction. But if the leadership of the country continues to play along that trajectory, how will the people be able to be emancipated? If the leadership every time we have a leadership, the leadership panders to that same trajectory that kept us where we are, and continuously to act on those fault lines, how then do we come together? And I'm coming to Mama Hecho. If our leadership continues to act on these fault lines as have been projected by the colonial or by whichever hand outside there that is controlling things, how do we now form that unitary position, that center that can hold together and be able to make a change, the kind of forceful change and positive change that Maska is talking about?
The truth is, if you're expecting these people to give us this change, is a lie. Because they are not interested. The only thing of interest to them is to loot and continue to loot. So it is only when meaningful Nigeria, meaningful Africa that knows and have realized that they cannot leave this pain we are all going through now behind for our children. And we need to work together in unity. That is the only way we can break ourselves out of this shackle. And we must be ready to enter into the political arena. Because when the good people refuse to enter there, there is no way we can be able to take out these bad leaders. So if we can't take out the bad leader, we will continue to complain and complain the way our father and our grandfather have complained, and they have died and gone. And we will not leave this. If our what we will be leaving behind for our children is worse than what our parents left behind for us. Because when our parents were there, it has not gotten to this stage where they will say they will carry Otapia to parties because they know we party together. It has not come to that point where they say they will carry rat poison and go to party and poison people to die. It has not come to that stage where they will say they want to buy not just the father and the mother, but the children of a particular tribe. So the way forward is for us to know we can't change the past, but we can change the future. And again, my brother, you came here with anger. Go out of this place by cooling your temper. We can't continue like
I'm laughing because I'm trying to check the price of Otapia.
We can't continue like this. Every other people have given submission. Let us always come into this platform with an open mind. Let always come here with a mind to learn. And let also go and read. Let's read and get information. Information is power. If you are thinking of these people, that is why I say there are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressor. Because when you look at the north, the south, the east, this particular set of people that are holding our neck, they don't borrow money, borrow our destiny, our children's destiny. They don't borrow everything. They are not paying now. When me and you don't come on, now our children go begin to pay what they not chop. Please, every person that is offended in what is going on, you have the right to be offended. But let's move above it. This thing that has lingered for too long that put us here now, we can stop it. We can't change the future. I mean, we can't change the past, but we can change the future. And I want us to work together to begin to see how we can change the future. My brother Masaka said, 2027 is coming. They're already preparing, sowing all this seed. Some of us are always saying, election will not hold. That is why I said one thing. Buhari's way is protest. Now my children, they follow her, I accept her. Obi way, now galvanizing for 2027. Those are my children too. I support them. There's some of my children, they don't follow APC, and they are not their propaganda machine where Seyi Tinubu is flying presidential jet about. They enjoy life. You know, they call the propaganda story, but those who never chop remain. And some of them that went to Europe, passing through the Mediterranean Sea, where some of their people perish before they got to Europe. Some that travel with them didn't get to Europe. They got there, they saw life. Instead of trying to use it to remember that it is only by mercy they got to Europe. No, they are dead like the one that Benin guy that talked from Austria. But I don't blame her. Because the way he talk, say now all these people when they carry occultism. But one thing we are going to send to Nigeria government and House of Rep, thank you. The way una write up to go and carry Amaka, una go begin the write up to the one in Austria. All of them deserve the same thing. Unless your Luomo, your matter, we don't wake up and we go do something. So let's think of doing something and stop this problem. And let's prepare on how to rescue ourselves. If not, we will continue this story. And I am tired of talking problem. Let's do solution.
Thank you, ma. Yeah, Bumi. So, is your place where you are? Is it very hot? Okay. All right, go ahead. Make your contribution. Why I'll revert to Ego Air and then go in that direction.
I want to leave.
I mean.
Yeah, Bumi, go ahead.
Okay. Can I go after the next person?
Okay, no problem.
I just want to gather my thoughts and that.
Okay. Ego's Air. You have heard the Maska split, you have heard Mama Hecho, that these things are external. And as long as we keep looking at the small, minute things, we may not be able to solve the bigger ones. But the question will be then, how now do we take care of these immediate problems that are facing us, vis-a-vis somebody making this kind of careless statement? Because these statements have been made since 2015. People have been saying these things over and over and over again. This just getting to the boiling point. And so, do we stop discussing this issue, just wave it to the background, and discuss about the future, that's the election coming up, or what do we do? It's your call, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. I listened to what Maska said and our mommy here said, but I want to check something. I want to say something. That what I want to say in effect is that there's no way we achieve the right thing or the truth without telling ourselves the truth. We need to tell ourselves the truth and accept our mistakes. And when we accept our mistake, is where we are going to start rebuilding ourselves. We that is in the platform, are we willing and ready to tell ourselves the truth? Because when we tell ourselves the truth and accept our mistake, that's when we are going to reshape ourselves back again. I cannot use my mouth and say that we are the same here, but in my own mind, I'm having a biased mind concerning my brother here, KJ, or concerning our mama here, or concerning this. No. We have been saying, come out here with an open mind. Some people come here with an open mouth, but they don't come with open minds. Then how do we achieve the better Nigeria or better African we are talking of? That's the main issue. Now, look at our educational system. How do our children there in Nigeria know how the problem of Nigeria started? How do they know the history, what caused the civil war in Nigeria? How did they know? How are they going to know what stopped the civil war? The history have taken away from Nigeria educational system. So they don't know anything. I have asked in this platform, how many of our children of these days know who wrote first national anthem and second one? How many of our students here in Nigeria in the educational system know people who designed our national flag? None of them knows about it. Then how do you think they're going to make a change in generations whereby they don't know anything about what is happening behind? That's the truth. Now, how do we move forward? Our mother here says that you cannot change today, but you can change tomorrow. Then how do we change tomorrow? affect our tomorrow. It's the plan that we made today that will help us tomorrow. Because when you fail to plan today, that means you have planned to fail tomorrow. I could remember one advert, Skybank. Most of us remember Skybank of Nigeria. He said that in the advert, they say, think ahead and look ahead. Are we thinking ahead what this country called Nigeria are going to be in future, so that we look ahead how to make correction of what is going to happen in Nigeria? That's the main issue. We are going to look at it. So the main thing that we need to do right now is that what do we do to prevent these wrong people that are representing their stomach infrastructure in Abuja not to get there again? Then where do we start? We start from our own constituencies. But how do we start from our own constituencies? We need to start by uniting ourselves together, agreeing that we are going to fight against these people. How do we fight against them? There's something that used to happen in diaspora. Please, pardon me to say this. There's something that used to happen in diaspora. What is that thing? Majority of us here are in diaspora. And a Nigerian man will see a Cameroonian man facing an issue with one of the police people, because it's not from Cameroon, or because it's not for Cameroon, you overlook what that person passed through that place without standing behind the person to get justice for the person. That's exactly that happening in Nigeria. An Igbo man will say, this man is not an Igbo man, and he's a facing oppressor in that very place. And what did he do? He turned back, it does not concern him. Then when he come to an Igbo man, he expects Yoruba man or Hausa man to do what to stand for him. No. We cannot get solution for that thing. We are going to get solution is that when I see my Yoruba person passing through injustice, what do? I have to stand for him, to fight for justice for him. When an Hausa man see an Igbo man facing injustice, you stand for Igbo man and do what? And fight for justice for Igbo man. Then when you do that, what do? We unite ourselves like a set of broom to sweep out the wrong people in our midst. That's another thing. Let us do not allow. We should not allow this top politician, this elite, to use us to divide this country. The time of election. Election have come. Now they have begun to tell you that you are from my own side. You are outside. You are Igbo, you are Efik, you are TV, you are this, you are that. Then when we come to us in that form, we tell them no. If you are an Igbo man, he said I'm a Hausa man. If you're an Hausa man, he said I'm a Yoruba man. So we are not going to allow this thing to happen within ourselves. That means we are joined our asks together to do what? To say no to this elite. That's the only way we're going to come up with this problem and nothing more.
All right.
It's not something of math, it's something of willing. Willing heart to do it and nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, can I go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. I think I will just drop this and I have to excuse myself. Just for clarity, right?
Yes.
My position in this very matter that concerns Amaka and the use of a tapia. Let me make it very clear again for those that are still misunderstanding my position in this matter. Tribal bigotry, hate speech has been going on against the Igbo, against Igbo people in Nigeria and abroad, and everybody was quiet and mute. We pretended as if we do not have ears or eyes to see.
Wait, Ekene,
hold on,
wait.
Mama Esho, hold on, please, let me finish.
I want to bring something to your attention. Wait now. Adeyinka spoke against
I'm coming.
But
Adeyinka, hold on.
Pursued it, and he's in there.
Hold on.
No,
Adeyinka grandson. Hold on. Adeyinka grandson.
What you are saying is
hold on now. Master, please, Aku. Master,
saying that, yes.
Master, can I finish? I did not interject you when you were speaking, please.
No, because you always
Adeyinka
insist that when
grandson
somebody says something
made
wrong,
an hateful speech against Igbo people in the UK. The UK government took charge of the situation and got him arrested. Do you understand that? So he was arrested based on his utterances against Igbo.
But
How about, hold on now.
Nigerian people that petitioned them to take that action.
No, it was Igbo people in the UK petitioned Adeyinka grandson. It was Igbo people in the UK. We fought for ourselves. Hold on.
What I'm about to tell you
The House of Representatives was it House of Representatives that petitioned Adeyinka? Answer this question, Mama Isho. Was it House of Rep that petitioned Adeyinka grandson? Was it House of Rep? Was it Abike Daberi that petitioned him? Who petitioned him now? Answer the question. You see why I say until we begin to be truthful to ourselves. Please petition Mama Isho. Please let me finish my time.
Hold on.
Please. Hold on now.
Go ahead.
When Adeyinka made his utterances against Igbo, it was Igbo people in the UK that petitioned him and got him arrested. Not Nigerian House of Representatives, not the federal government, not the DSS. So we fought for ourselves. This has becoming too much. Last time in Nigeria, every little thing, Igbo people in the north will get massacred. Are you talking about the justices or the Sharia riots? Igbo people always been the victims. And nobody will speak for us until we began to retaliate. This is when it stopped.
Okay.
So this hate speech against Igbo has been going on, and nobody has condemned that. Nobody has taken this measure of petitioning the perpetrators. Hold on now. Master, can you respect yourself, please? Please now.
Hold on.
Nobody has petitioned these morons to get them arrested. We've been doing that ourselves. Recently, in Austria, like I stated here again, a Yoruba guy and one Ebenyo have been calling for extermination of Ndibo, the children of Igbos, globally. Nobody called them, nobody petitioned that they should get arrested. One Effiong, one useless boy, has been calling for that too. One wounded civilian, one Edo guy called wounded civilian, has been calling for killing of Ndibo. Nobody petitioned this guy. He's working freely. Are we talking about Bayo or Nonuga that even when he was called out, he refused to apologize? And this even a spokesperson to the president of that useless country. Nobody questioned that. Nobody questioned Remi Tinubu when she called for killing of Ndibo and seizing of their properties in Lagos. Nobody called her out. Nobody petitioned that she should be arrested. All they've been saying is they cannot apologize. But when Igwe of Ndibo, when Ndibo called IPOB to come and rescue them, he was arrested. Double standard. Now we have Amaka that said that she's going to use the Otapiapia, even if she meant what she's saying. The House of Rep know how to use their pen and paper to petition that she should be arrested. And here we are telling ourselves, let's love reign. Which love? If you love me, you cannot be calling for extermination of my people in the first place. If you love me, you should have been able to come out when they call for the extermination of my people. You would have come out and condemned that. You kept quiet. And now, I am now supporting my sister that called for the use of Otapiapia. And you are not telling me, let's love, lead. Which you love for where? You and who they love each other. If you love me, you should be able to defend when I'm being called to be killed. And then when I'm supporting somebody that is calling to use Otapiapia on you, and you are not telling me love, which you love. Listen, we must tell ourselves the truth. You see, in that country, for us to move forward, for peace to reign in that country, we must be able to come out and condemn evil when we see one, not when it affects us. Then we'll come out and start crying like babies. And again, finally, before I go, about the education, the Ministry of Education nonsense that I don't know what they're educating themselves there. They are putting age limits on children that are making progress in their academics. In the US, and some people make comparison that even in US, you have to be at some certain age. See, if in US, if you show outstanding academic prowess, nobody's going to limit you. Recently, in the state of California, a 12-year-old child graduated from the college. Nobody limited him because of his age. So why must there be age limit in Nigerian educational system when there is no good policies to even checkmate that education in the first place? When in the north, Maska and his brothers in the north, they can get admission into Unity School with 30, 10, 6 points. But in the south, and especially in the southeast, with 100 points, you cannot get admission into Unity School. Double standard in the same Nigeria that we should live in love. We should understand. Keep your love by one side. If I see love, I recognize one. So many things to be fixed in that country, but first and foremost, we the people, you and I, as we're sitting here, we must be honest to ourselves. We must be honest to ourselves. If we don't, do we expect the leaders to be honest to us? They will never be honest to us until we begin to tell ourselves the truth. We reach on a particular agreement where it is led by love and truth, then we can pursue these people. But if we begin to play corner with ourselves, we can't fight these people. They will keep winning. Those criminals will keep winning until we come with one front, with unity and love and truth. Truth leads. Which can love.
Thank you.
Treat me with honesty. Forget about love, please.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth. You've made a very valid point. And thank you. Thank you for that valid point that you've made. Thank you for also those who have given us super chats. Thank you for the Oscar, the Blackstone. We appreciate you so much. You have been doing this so much. This channel, we need all the support we can get, because right now it is Dr. Damages alone that is sponsoring or footing all the bills. We're just parasite. We're just sitting in for him. So the much anything you can do will be welcomed, because we need to make sure that he does not carry the burden alone, and and it becomes a problem. And you may know that he has not finished the last part of his book, the last chapter, so he's not here yet, but he's going to be here very soon. So let's make this thing. We are gradually rounding up. So I will ask Bumi. Is it Bumi? Maska, do you want to go first, or Bumi should go?
I just wanted, even though Kenya has left, but I just want to draw attention to the blanket statement he made, which is part of the problem. We would say that other people should be honest, but in our own statements, we are not also honest ourselves. To say that whenever there's an injustice against the Igbo people, all Nigerians are mute, I think it's a very big lie. I myself saw a video during the last protest of a Yoruba woman when she was confronted by other people that Igbos should not protest in Lagos. She's a Yoruba woman, but she went on a tirade that, okay, she is not Igbo anyway, but even if she were Igbo, why would a Yoruba man say that an Igbo man should not protest in Lagos? She's a Yoruba woman. The fact of the matter is that it is not true to say that all Nigerians are against the Igbo. It's just we create images in our head and want to sell it to other people, and it's not true. That's just the point I wanted to make to Kenny. I see all the time where injustices are done, at least for that woman, it's evident. There's a video where she came on a tirade that, no, she's a Yoruba man, but it's not, she's a Yoruba woman, but it's not correct for Igbo Yoruba people to say that Igbo people should not protest in Lagos. That's on record. We cannot turn a blind eye and say that every Nigerian is against the Igbo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Master. And I think in philosophy that's called, what's the name they call it now? Okay, I've forgotten my philosophy. But it's called fallacy, and it simply means that you are over exaggerating stuff. And we all know that when the person says all people, it doesn't necessarily mean all Nigerians. Simply probably saying that people you have mixed with are this way, or maybe again it's not giving enough media attention. And I see that all around the world. I see that because, like I said, I follow a lot of news. I follow a lot of news, Master. You won't believe it. So I see that all around the world. There's certain things happen in certain parts of the world is given attention, whereas another part that same thing happened is not giving the same attention. Or the news is written in such a way that is spin to favor certain narrative that people want to parade around there. And I see that is the truth of the matter, Masca, is
So
that.
will it be correct, AJ, if I say that Kene is twisting the news to favor the narrative that Igbos are being hated?
No, he's telling it in his own, the way he feels. That is his own belief. He's telling it the way
Yeah,
he
but he's
wants.
twisting it.
No,
But he's
hold on.
twisting it. But
So
he's
that's
twisting
why
it to that narrative.
that's why you are here to bring a reporter to that. You can say, well, can I? What much as you have said this, but this is also part of that narrative you are making, and it's understandable. You understand? None of us hold all the A's. Some people have some others don't have. So that's the truth. And going forward, I will say that such.
Okay, so that's what I'm just saying. That I think Kene is just over exaggerating and twisting it.
All right, thank you. Bumi, let's move on. I will come to you after Bumi, ma.
Um,
Bumi, go ahead.
okay. I wanted to say I do agree to an extent or understand where Mr. Ekene is coming from in terms of like I don't necessarily think the problem actually stems from the people itself, but I think it also stems from the government. The government are the ones with so much power and the ones that make sure that we maintain balance and order in our society. Now, for them going after this woman in terms of like um them making sure that the Canadian government are aware of her behavior and that, it's totally fine because she did make a very concerning statement. But I wasn't even aware that there was someone else too in Austria making the same statement. And I would actually want the Nigerian government to do the same about the same man because we cannot be biased. We can't treat certain people a certain way and treat them the other. And then you complain when they are not happy. And I think maybe that's where Mr. Kene is coming from in terms of like what she did was wrong. But if you only caution her wrongness, but then let the other person go scot free. In this case, there are other people making similar comments. It's a bit unfair. And I think, and then we say, oh, he's biased because, oh, he's twisting the narrative to favor his um, perspective. But we're also biased by not understanding that we have a government that has not also done something against other people. Because are you telling me that if I said the same, because I wanted to ask, what's the difference between her saying that statement and me saying the exact same thing she said? Because by the way, if you can't tell, I'm from my name, Bumi, I'm Yoruba. So if I say the same statement that she says, would I also receive the same consequences? Or is it different because she's saying it? And am I allowed as a Yoruba person to say that this should happen to the Yoruba people? And there's a question to everyone: are we also going to be this? Are we going to face the same anger? Because if we're going to say it's the same, then the guy that said the same thing in Austria or wherever should also the Nigerian government should contact the Austrian government and say, by the way, there's another person we want you to, caution and whatever, based on your laws about hate speech and everything. We cannot keep on being one-sided. We can't say we're a nation, but then everything that our government does favors a certain people. And then when the other people who are not favored, they are complaining, we're telling them they are talking too much, they should shut up. I feel like we're getting what we're giving them. You're suppressing people are, and those people being suppressed, they're shouting. It might not be the nice way because how do you expect someone to tell you to shout at me nicely? That's what we are telling the Igbo people right now, in terms of telling them, oh, if you're angry, and be angry with us nicely, or be angry at us with respect. When we are giving them the anger, we should also be responsible, also acknowledge where we have gone wrong, and they should also acknowledge where they've gone wrong and find a middle ground. So I don't 100% agree with what Mr. Kenneth has said, but I do understand where he might be coming from and how we can find a way to come to a level ground with him in terms of his perspective. So that's just where I'm coming from.
All right. Thank you so much for where you're coming from. In fact, some people already supporting you at the comment section. They say you're going to be the future of Nigeria. Well, I don't think Nigeria have respect for young people, so you probably be waiting for the next, that's how we were told that we're going to be the future. We did everything. We entered the Boy Scout, Girls Guides, Banobe, did all the leadership trainings and all that. And the future, we're still waiting for the future. Well, I wouldn't want to say that, but you are the future of Nigeria, and if you can be able to, dissect things that are put in your plate, Nigeria will have a better leadership in future. Thank you. Let me go to Mama Hecho, and yes,
I want to put it to you.
To me?
No, Ekene.
Okay.
I want to put it to you today that it hurt the way it hurt you as an Igbo person. It hurt us, the other race tribe in Nigeria. When you people pick us as part of the people in Nigeria that is oppressing you, it hurts. The way it's hurting you. But if I stand on that, we won't build a better Nigeria for my children. So I want you to know that when you put it to me, that I am part of the people calling you people what you are not, making Nigeria unbearable for you, it costs me mental health. And that is why I break down and I stayed away from this platform. So it hurts. But when I come like this and speak, I told myself that I can only change this situation by using positivities to address the negativity that is on ground. So don't ever think you people are the only one hurting. Other tribes in Nigeria that are not involved in this nonsense are being hurting when you put all of us in the same basket as the people of Nigeria who does not want you people to be. So if we do not want to hurt each other, let's put those who are behind it. Let's stop using the word Nigerians. Do you think the people in the north, all of them are the northerners that really cause this trouble? The Hausas, the Kanuris, they are being hurt also. But when we want to describe them, we call them northerners. And how do you think they feel? They feel the same way you are feeling. Is it because they are not coming out to speak? I have understood this. And I knew the younger one in the north, in the south, in the east, they are my children, and I have to fight for them. So, Ekene, and all of you that are refusing to let go, stop hurting us too. Stop. The past cannot be changed, but the future can be changed. If you do not want to change the future for any reason, because you are hurting, let's change it because of our children. And if you know you don't want to be part of this change, enter your bedroom, stay there, stop coming out to talk. If you are not ready to have an open mind, a mind that will let go, a man that will learn new things, a man that will know that there are people in the north, there are people in the south, there are people even in the west, and there are also the Igbo tribe, which is the east, that there are people who are also being hurt by these political wicked oppressors, which are classified into the political atmosphere and the religion. The only way out is for me and you to know that we belong to the tribe of the oppressed.
Okay.
Because in the north, we have our family that are there that are being oppressed. And the people that are oppressing us, they only do this, they only use tribe and religion only for their political gain. If not, they marry themselves, they go to party together where you and me does not belong.
Okay. Okay, ma.
When they sow the seed, we are the one that put it in as gele on our head and will run with it. If you want to run with it, stay in your closet and run. I refuse you to put it in my children because I refuse them to run with this. They have to build a better Africa for themselves so that when me and you go, we will leave a better Africa for them.
All right. Thank you so much, ma. Yes, One Africa, do you want me to come back to you or you have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with regard to Kenya, sometimes there are some element of truth, right, about what she was trying to say. And we also need to understand that there is this element of double standard. We need to recognize that, right? Some people will pronounce consent statement, right? They will try to hold them accountable, while other people will do the same thing and they will not do anything. It's true, right? We need to recognize that. And it's not at the people level, it's at the government level, meaning that, as I said, they are using tribalism as a strategy. That is a fact. We need to recognize that. It's even where, when I hear you talking, I feel like I'm in Cameroon because it's the same thing that is happening. They even went to the extent to suspend some journalists, while other journalists say the same thing and they will not do anything. So we need to recognize that it's true what he was saying. Now, I want to say that now, because I want to leave and I will not belong, I will say that we have to deal, the issue is that we have to deal with diversity and taking into account external factor. That is the issue we are facing in Africa today. And my solution was that, as a Pan-Africanist, I was saying that we live in the same building. You might be on the 3rd floor, I might be on the 1st floor. We are surrounded by security. I'm not saying that we should be friends. I'm just saying that we should come together to fight that insecurity. That is my solution. And I'm not saying that we should really leave our culture. No, we need to preserve our culture. It's even important. Diversity is not a bad thing. It's been using in the wrong way in Africa. I'm saying that it's not only in Nigeria. There are tribes in every African country. It's not even just in Nigeria. But you will also see that the United States is the most diverse country in the world, but yet they are united. But not that they are united, but they are, I would say that they are not so diverse as Africa, right? They are trying to do well with the economy somehow, but in Africa, we cannot advance because of that. So we need to find a way right, in order to overcome this solution. And my solution as a Pan-African is that we need to fight together, right? That was why I got on into this panel. And I want to tell you that I went to the extent to learn English, right, in order for this fight, because I noticed that there is some kind of barrier language between Africans as well. You will see that English-speaking people, they are fighting on their side. French-speaking people, they are fighting on their side. And there is no connection between them. And that is why I try to learn English in order to see how we can fight together in order to overcome this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Really appreciate your contributions. And it's good to also know that what is going on in Nigeria is also what other nations in Africa are facing. That means that if we really want to unite, we can actually be able to solve the problem. Not unite as a country, like you said, but as a tribe, come together as a community and find how to deal with our common issues. Okay, Dexter, if you allow me, I will jump you to go to Paul. Okay, sorry, to go to Jonaba. Jonaba, stop sleeping on us. Yeah, I will jump you and go to Jonaba and then come back to passing Paul to you. So that Jonaba have been around for a while, so let him make an input. Dr. Jonaba, we good to see you. How is everything? I can see you came today with your son.
Oh, okay, you can see him. All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Don't call me Dr. Janaba because the day I heard that they called Dr. CM, he went off here, so it's not too good. It's good to see you guys. Just trying to give my usual support when I have time. I don't expect so much from Kene. So when there is no expectation, there is no disappointment. The only thing we continue to say is that there's whatever you make out of yourself and out of your environment and out of the community you belong to, that is who you are. Calling Nigeria a civic country will not give a Biafra a country. We are still a Nigerians, home and abroad. Our children, born ever anywhere in the world, they would love to hear the positive side. So at least they should tune those things down, those dangerous rhetoric. We have politicians mortgaging our lives, born and unborn Nigerians, who is a common enemy with the elite. It has nothing to do with Nigeria as a country. These are incompetent leaders with their biased mind, and we have good and bad in every society. So it's good to have you. As a roundup, I heard the other day when you were talking to one of the panelists that you want to have a debate on religion. My advice to you, you are a gentle soul and you're a journalist, a seasoned one. Don't go into that. It's a setup for yourself. Religion or whatever you belong to is personal. So don't do that so that you can live long. All right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Janaba. Thank you for that. Yeah, St. Paul, your take.
Thank you and good afternoon. I listened this segment. I was on duty when I heard Ikene talking and everything. I shook my head. But at the same time, I hardly agree with so many things that Ikene said. But I feel his pain. I can't say I sympathize with Ikene because it's not Ikene. I try to empathize with him. You understand, as a people. Truth be told, there's somebody who is going against Yoruba race, the Yoruba Runus and everything. They never asked to bring these people back. They've used all type of this thing. You understand? You can educate me when it comes to when people are talking about splitting the nation and everything. We know the punishment, like the arrest on young men in the north just because of they carry another country flag. We see people like that. How many times do you even see the government even talk, even in their own media and everything? They don't say no nothing. You understand? We can't rule a nation like that.
So if people feel bad that Ekene is saying what he's saying, what do you expect Ekene to do? You understand? Nigeria is corrupt today because people are living in penury. People are living below poverty. What do you expect people to do? Do you think if I'm in Nigeria today, I'm suffering, I will not steal to survive? Let us tell ourselves the truth. I will not cut corner not to pay if I enter buses. I will not do the things that I will challenge people today not to do. You understand? Like my namesake in the Bible, like Paul said, he said, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. No, I don't see Ekene to be that person that is the person that is talking today. You understand? But the pain that is going through and every other thing. Look at the length. At the House of Representatives, they're trying out to reach the Canadian consulate. They're trying to do everything. Abike Dabore is spilling fires and the likes. Is she not the chairperson of diaspora when the Yoruba Ronus are talking all these things from the UK everywhere? You understand? Come on, let's tell ourselves the truth. Who saw Mama Chuku the story about Ensu Oluomo? You understand? Guess what? Who defended Ensu Oluomo? Commissioner of Police. Commissioner of Police defend Ensu. Not even a lawyer that will say he went to the court and he have a fantastic lawyer, a good lawyer, as the case may be. The police are supposed to, first of all, do their job. You understand? These are the people that come out and say, oh, he's just joking. So when did something tell you that this girl is joking? After all, the word "pai" is in our constitution. The word "pai," what language is "pai"? I'm asking, is "pai" Hausa or "pai" Yoruba or "pai" English? What language is "pai"? Let's ask ourselves the questions. You understand? Why are they gagging this girl? Why are they profiling this girl so that if you jump into a car, want to drive from one spot to another spot, the police will be pulling her off everywhere and everything? Let's tell ourselves the truth. This is wrong. You understand? This is the height of intimidation. If there's one thing that Buhari did that we like so much and everything, try to arrest his own fellow Hausa. You understand? Nobody sees it from a place of bias and everything. But this one, the way things is going like this, we cannot run a nation like this. We cannot run a nation like this. You understand? Everybody's coming out and talking and everything. We see all the whole thing. What did Ekene say that some of us will want to blame Ekene? Did the Oba said it in plain word? This guy even use phrase. The Oba said it in plain word that we can understand. Or did the Remi Tinubu say these things and everything? You know, and everything. Not like they even question them and they take some fine lawyers and they go to court and the judge throw it away. Nothing happened. You know, just imagine the girl is even lucky for them to even be saying what they're saying. What about if that girl jump into the aircraft and get to Nigeria? That girl will just vanish. That girl will just vanish. You understand? These are the type of things. We can just pick and choose. We never make us grow as a people. This president win a vote with ordinary 36%. This president, this government should understand the word called unifier. If you cannot unify us in economy, at least unify us in tribe. At least unify us in love. At least unify us in friendship. You understand? Today, we that live in the West, we pride ourselves very well when we wear our African attire. Anytime I see John Abba with his African attire, we know say party don't day. Anytime I see any one of us with our African attire, we know say party don't day. You understand? Back in the days, we don't do that. We're so ashamed. We look like an Africa that is just coming with the only clothes that you have. That's why you wear African attire. But these days, we wear our African attire when we are going out. We stand tall. We talk with pride and confidence. You understand? I'm expecting our government to stand strong. If, like I said, if you don't unify us with your economy, unify us that we are neighbors. We are friends. We are everything. But this pick and choose and everything will not make us grow. You know, I keep saying these things all the days, all my life. I was born, raised in Lagos. You understand? Eating amala and eating pomo. The Igbo people use it to yab the Yoruba people. But the same Yoruba man again says, since Igbo man start to eat amala, if they will eat amala and enjoy it, they will need to travel out of Lagos because Igbo man don't bring business inside amala. Amala now is too expensive for a Yoruba man to eat in Lagos. You understand? Because it's kind of expensive because the Igbo man brought business inside it. The Igbo man now teach us now to understand that we needed to eat pomo and not to eat beef. But yesterday they were causing the Yoruba who were eating pomo say, come on, that one and meat in the chop pama, pama, pama. Today, look how it is today. See the way we dress. You see an Igbo man dress, certain way we wear our native today. You can't even say it's one tribe native. We all dress and it looks good in us. It's time for us to put ourselves together. I didn't go to school with all Urobos. You understand? None of us go to school in this age and time where you go to school, you see all tribe. You understand? Why are we bringing all these things? From the place of the government, like Bumi will say, and everything, if you and I can do all those things because we are speaking from pain, what about the place from the government who's supposed to follow the book called the Constitution? Like they said, the woman with the law teeth blindfold his eyes, so the woman knows no tribe. Take us to that woman, let the woman judge. That individual will be threatening and everything. It is painful. It is the height of stupidity where people want to talk down on you and they say don't to talk. We heard that our parable where they say, if you push a goat to the wall, the goat will turn back and fight. You keep pushing these people, you keep using all this derogatory word and everything. You understand? And anytime they remember the Igbo man during the election time, you understand? They arrest that man. They arrest that man and everything. That same time when the Igbo man did that thing, none of us is saying what the man did was right. But the question I'm asking, what Oluomo did, was it right? And nothing happened. And nothing happened. Nobody will talk. Nobody will use precedents. So if a Kene is using reference to the Oba, to the so-called Remi Tinubu and everything, where did that young man go wrong? It just look like he's talking too much and everything. You need to feel his pain. My brother, let us understand. It cannot happen like that. You understand? Many years ago, my elder sister talked to my mother anyhow. My father hit my sister in public. My father said, young woman, you have a right to talk to your mother anyhow. I don't care. But you don't have the right to talk to my wife in my presence like that. I'll fight back. And my father did that. You understand? So what do you expect a Kenny to do? For him to take it in peace? For him to say, let God judge his case? Let's tell ourselves the truth now. It's too much. That's my take.
Thank you so much for your take, Mr. Paul. Now, John Abba wants to talk.
Yes, I'm sorry to take you back. You know, I don't like to keep you guys long. Paul, nobody is saying that he has no right to feel his differences and his anger about the Nigerian space. You heard that KJ says my son was by my side. To call it that I'm from a stupid country is a different thing. Call injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Whatever they are doing, whatever is going on under this government, we all know that it's not right. We can call it out what it is. That they are not being fair, injustice. More journalists have been arrested, even more than what we call the detector of maybe Abacha or even Buhari that just left, that is former military and become a president. So we have to draw the contrast between that and to call the whole nations, including yourself, that name. That's what we are trying to draw it. I'm not saying that you have no right to his anger and to speak injustice, but it has nothing to do with our flags. It has nothing to do with that. Whatever is the current government is doing that you see is injustice, call it out what it is. But it's not about the nation that will raise the flag. And my son cannot be sitting by my side and giving that impression. I will lose him to the system. People are going to ancestry.com to know where they are coming from. I do not have to do that. It's not that I'm making fun of them. I'm privileged to go to Nigeria to and fro to be called a country, and that's not the way I want Nigeria to be represented. And I respect Kene's view about the Nigerian space, but the other extreme of it, if you are not careful when you are trying to correct people, then turn the mirror on yourself and see that your correction have a boundary. When you go too far, it's not good anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. And I think I agree with that also. we can make our, our anger known without necessarily using any word, especially the fact that you can see also my son comes in here and sometimes seems to listen and goes away, and sometimes it's just good for us to be able to put our our thoughts together without having to necessarily turn it to an abuse. Because
but KJ, I'm so sorry. See this country thing that we're talking about. My daughter is the first grandchild from my wife's own side. You understand? The father worked in British Embassy. The man is still there, probably going to retire next year. He's been working there for decades. But what am I saying? This is a child that they like so much, they love so much. When my daughter want to come to university, my daughter said she want to go school in Nigeria, in Unilag. They said no. Is it that they don't love their country? Because the country failed them. You understand? Somebody talking from House of Representatives, Abike is representing the government. If Abike said so, it is the government also talking. So you need to empathize where Ekene is coming from. So it's not an individual talking, it's also government talking.
Listen.
So people in government should watch their word. You understand? So that's why, so feel for Ekene too.
Listen, what Jonaba is simply saying, that you can make that point without necessarily using those words. That's what he's saying. And you can be vehemently angry and yet still be civil about your presentation. And I'm not saying that he has presented badly, but what Jonaba, if I understand him properly, is saying that there's no need to say stupid over the country. It doesn't change the situation. It doesn't even help your cause either. That's just throwing the word, and I think I want to go with that. Because right now that's the only country we have anyway. There's no other place. We only have Nigeria. That's the country. Whether you like it, you don't like it. That's why I push back on people when they come and say Tinubu is not the president. I say, no, you can't say that. Tinubu is the president. You may not agree how he got there, but in the authority in this earth where we are right now, if they're looking for the president of Nigeria, they will not call you, they will not call me, they will not call P2B, they will call Tinubu. He is signing away our billions, whether you like to accept it or not. So let's put those things aside and face what is facing us. All right, Mama Hecho, I don't want to jump. I'm trying to give you an opportunity. So when you make your this thing to be, you are rounding up. So let me just take it in the same direction.
Wait, let me just beg Paul and Ekene for one thing. You see, when I they make submission, do not put me into consideration. But put these children that I'm fighting for into consideration. Now they hear me? Put them into consideration. We fight. Now we turn. Now we be like this. So as me and you, they march on our way to buy and go and meet Papa God. Because they put my children into consideration. In anything. Don't speak because you must speak for yourself. Speak because this is what they have used to destroy us. Me and you not enjoy it. So should we continue to speak this way and teach these children say Nigeria is so useless? Now you are saying something. How did when you hear that, your daughter desire to go and school? But because of the kidnapping, Mama and Papa say make it not come. How do you feel? How do you feel? And how does that your daughter feel?
So, Mama Echo, truth be told, the country failed us. The thing that I'm enjoying in the country now is individual friend and family. The country to pride as a country is been failing us.
But
let us speak our truth, Mama Echo.
Wait, who not know the truth? Who not know the truth? Even the pikin when they never born, when they carry belly for Nigeria, he don't know say he don't enter one chance. You understand? So, but the question is this. Since we have known the truth, let us unite as a broom and find solution. These people that have turned themselves to become an hero country and say that there is no breeze that can blow them off. I know say there is a breeze that can still blow them. They prepare. They make useless policy. They buy private jets. They tell us make they drink water. Do you even look at what is happening in the north? Did you see the young Fulani people looking at them? They are not more than 20 years with AK-47 entering into a community in the north. It's happening every day. They're not the show. The one when they happened recently, small children, what they buy there for grant. Are we there yet? Instead of thinking of how we go put our knowledge, our intellectual, our strength together and see how all of them when they here and those when they out there. Some of you are good. You have good character. You have integrity. Prepare to take office. Because if the good people refuse to go and take office in the political arena, we will continue to have these wicked people on power. It's not the only presidency. From councillor to presidency, that is my aim. If revolution will not sweep us away, and it is Obi way because my pikin will run a revolution. Obi say no, my election. All of them na my pikin. Anyone when we want dance, I go follow na dance. But while we are dancing this music, let's prepare. Or who go for House of Rep, where they made the decision. Make una get ready, my children. Prepare so that we can take over House of Rep, House of Senate, presidency, governors, and all. Start preparing and stop this talk. Until we take all this and begin to make all these things that are not in play, we now begin to make the right law, put everything, change the system so that we can begin to live as a country that will follow rules of law. And we will know that no person is above the law. Now,
All right.
this discussion we're supposed to discuss. Now, those plans we're supposed to plan. Not be all this one. They go through us carrot. We go, they pursue every day. Now they don't throw us social tribalism, bigotry. Maybe by next Saturday, now religion they go through to us. And go they dance for us. We not go prepare. On 2027, we go. There will be election. There will be election. 2027 election come day. Unprepared. Because they don't rig us out.
All right, ma. Thank you so much for that submission and probably also conclusion. Desta, what will be your final thought on this issue as we round up?
Thank you, KJ. I think everybody has spoken well from their own perspective, basically. You know, I think Paul has spoken well. Momi has spoken well. You know, I always say one thing. You know, if you are, so just imagine that you are in Port Harcourt and you are going and you want to go to Lagos, okay? And you get on the east-west road and you face your car going right. So if you're in Port Harcourt, if you come out, you need to go left, you need to go west, but you turn right and you're heading towards Eket, Orong. That's where you're heading. And then you just believe that, okay, somebody tells you why you ask on the road, I'm going to Lagos. They say, you're going the wrong way. But you say, I've gone so far. Let me just keep going. Let me keep going that way. Let me keep going. Maybe I'll get to Lagos, as far as I go. You are deceiving yourself. Okay? You are deceiving yourself. You get to Orong, and when you get to Orong, you get to Cameroon, you keep on going. You are going the wrong way. I like the optimism, especially from the older people, especially from those people who saw maybe the good old days of Nigeria. There's that optimism. They want us to stay in that optimism. It's good. I think the best thing Mommy said here was when she said that we should get people to be House of Rep, take over leadership. I think that's the best thing. The other part is that we cannot deny the inherent persecution of people, which is where people like Kene is coming from. It is clear to the blind. I mean, what is good for the goose is good for the cat. Justice must be seen to be served. Unfortunately, what this administration has done is justice seems to be propaganda. Justice must be seen to be served. If you want to persecute, if you want to get one person arrested for bigotry, then get everybody arrested. I can still remember Arise TV. Deputy Governor of Lagos State was on Arise TV when Rufai Oseni asked him that did he see Bayo Ononuga's tweets during the election. The Deputy Governor said he did not know about it, that he did not see Bayo Ononuga's tweet. Where Bayo Ononuga said this should be the last time that the Igbos should interfere with elections in Lagos. He said he did not see it. The Deputy Governor claimed that it was oblivious, the tweet, he didn't see it. And that, he will investigate. These are the reality. Unfortunately, look, sometimes we make Abacha look like a saint. That's the reality. Abacha, look, this Boko Haram we're hearing about, it was tried, they tried to do something. Abacha crushed it. He didn't allow all these kind of sentiments to crop up. But what we have is that we have politicians that for their own gain, they are ready to allow insecurity fester. They are ready to allow tribal, because if there's a tribal war and then you would win. The truth, okay, example, it is known that in Lagos State, APC is seen as like Yoruba party. So APC must rule Lagos State forever. Any other person coming, what APC does to win the election is that they will paint the party that is contesting against them as an Igbo candidate. Jimmy Agbaje of PDP was painted as if Jimmy Agbaje is a Yoruba boy, for crying out loud. Badebo Rosevival was painted as a what do you call it? As an Igbo person. Badebo Rosevival's family has been in Lagos for over 100 years. So the point is, if we want to make progress as a country, we must be honest with ourselves. We must be completely honest. Justice must go across board. It's not justice of and then this idea of putting, unfortunately, let us say the truth. The Tinubu administration has taken nepotism to another level. Let us not lie. Look, Buhari did his own nepotism, but this administration, their nepotism is pro max. Absolutely pro max. I don't care. See, I don't care where whoever it is that is in position comes from, as long as the people can deliver on the job. Unfortunately, we have an EFCC chairman that till today, they cannot bring out Yahaya Bello. But they are busy arresting journalists, arresting innocent protesters everywhere. Okay? And then, what are we talking about? What are we? So, if we don't come to ourselves and decide that, one, we want merit to be applauded and to be rewarded in Nigeria, we want justice for all, not justice for a particular tribe or a particular section. Unfortunately, we are just on our way to telling ourselves that we're going to Lagos, but we're on our way to Oron, and from Oron we'll get to Cameroon, and from Cameroon we'll probably enter the Central African Republic, and we'll go into DR Congo, and that's what we'll be doing. That's my final take. So we'll have to be honest with ourselves.
All right, thank you so much. And I think you virtually covered everything. And I gave you, you have enough time to do that. Thank you. Bumi, you want to do your final take on these issues?
I'm just gonna say that I think one of the things that I feel like is the biggest lie in our society is the fact that we think that our tribesman is gonna be the one to save us. Like, I think that's the biggest lie, because even if we want to ride on tribalism, if we truly were riding on it, we'll be way better than we are presently. Because at the end of the day, whether you love the president or not, whether it's an Igbo man, a Hausa man, a Fulani man, or a thief, it does not change the fact that some of the things that directly affect us as people come from your governors. And those people are your tribesmen. If those people don't deliver, then every bigotry that you think you're doing in terms of I have to vote for my man is just a delusion for you. So to the people who tend to, when it comes to the presidential election, and only vote because, okay, my man is there, he's going to protect us, and your own governor that is right next to you cannot even protect you, what makes you think that someone far away will ever protect you? If your representative in the Senate or wherever cannot protect you, why is it that it's the president that will ever protect you? And I think that's the biggest lie we tell ourselves. And I think because like when I hear people try to be tribal, like to be tribal, it would make sense if your governors were delivering. I would probably maybe understand that perspective of things. But your governors are not delivering. Your local governors are not delivering. So where are you getting this so-called outcome that your tribe man will actually deliver? Where it's I feel like it's just a lie that we keep on telling ourselves, but we don't want to just like sit down and reflect on that. And maybe if we keep on talking about it to an extent, we'll probably start realizing that, okay, actually, the problem is not maybe having an Igbo man or a Yoruba man or whatever. It's actually having people who can actually follow rule of law, who can be held accountable, people who are competent enough, people who actually want to make the nation better and has nothing to do about tribe. But that's on the tribe one. I think another thing that we also tend to lie to ourselves is that I commented that in the chat, that the divine reign of kings, empires, and all that, if you ask people in those days that do you ever think you're never going to have a king or so, they'll probably would say that's never possible. To have a society where you could actually vote for people, a democracy actually existed, they can't even imagine that, because for years and years those people are seen as the chosen people. Like royal family were seen as the chosen people from God. So the people who tend to say that in a Nigerian society that that it's impossible not to have the certain people in government to surprisingly vanish, that it's not possible, like the corrupt ones are forever going to be there. I'm like, you have not read history. Go and read history and you know that it is possible. It will take time. It will take, effort and sleepless nights sometimes, but it is possible. And we cannot just disregard that and say, okay, let's just continue, wallowing and wherever we're going, all because those people have so much money and so much power and we don't have as people. But yeah, that's just my take so far.
Thank you so much. Egos.
Thank you, KJ and Bumi. Thank you, and everyone. Paul, I salute you, and I thank everyone in this panelists. I want to make a suggestion. I want us to understand this thing I want to say now. You see, honesty is the bedrock of redemption. I take it again. Honesty is the bedrock of redemption. If we cannot be honest to ourselves, there's no way we're able to get rid of evil that's going on in Nigeria. That's why sometimes it's better they use dialogue, sit the round table, and when the dialogue is going on, if you are in a place where they discuss international matter, or so where they have a civil problem or civil crisis, we found out that when they see the rant table to have a dialogue, everybody pour out the truth. Everybody say how it is in their mind. Everybody will say what is my own pen. After saying our own pen, then talk about solution. I understand where Mama HO is coming from. Where is she coming from? We have said this in this panel before. And one of somebody in this panel that based in US, other US or based in US, has said that if people in diaspora, this is before the end bad government protests. He said if people in diaspora can unite themselves together and come together and say, okay, this is what we are going to do, to make sure that we get rid of bad government in Nigeria, that it will be better for us. Personally, I have said in this platform that all of us in this platform, majority of us here in diaspora, that if we'll be able to say, okay, among us this place, or let us organize ourselves together, let us have each person that will represent each constituency according to the number we have here, and find a way to make sure that person get through to go to the House of Assembly or get to the House of Rep. So from that place, we began to have your voice being heard in Nigeria. That's where Mommy HO is coming from. KJ, you have lived in diaspora before. You will agree with me that as long as you live in diaspora, Nigeria have happened to you in diaspora. You will face a lot of humiliation from your own government. I could remember one young guy, I don't know what is happening with an Indian guy. They buy the guy on a cold blood. The thing was taken to embassy. Do you know the embassy said that we are going to look into it, but let the community carry the guy and back to Nigeria. And when we press forward to understand where the government is going, they said that, do you know the kind of ties, business ties Nigeria and India have? They need to maintain the good will and the good relationship. That's how the life for the young guy ends till today. No justice come from it. So if you find out that Nigeria have not happened to you, that's why you'll be able to write nonsense in comment section. Nigeria have not happened to you, that's why you're saying something that is not right. If Nigeria happens to you, understand, look at medical doctors who went on strike because of their member was kidnapped for 8 months. Nigeria government say that on top of it for 8 months. Now, when they go a strike and they give a warning for the strike, Nigeria government opened their mouth yesterday and said that no work, no payment. What kind of government are we having? In Sokoto, a whole emir was kidnapped when he was returning for a government treat, and he was kidnapped. After some time, his wife was released, and after some time they hid him. If Nigeria have not happened to you, will not understand what we are saying here. What is the way forward? The way forward that we need to make a change. What did that make a change? I have said the Sky Bank, when the Sky Bank is the function, when they're doing advert, they say think ahead and see ahead. Are we thinking ahead? Are we seeing ahead? Are we thinking ahead what tomorrow will be in Nigeria to see what we are going to do? Let me tell you, what you see is better than what you do not see. Because based on what you see, it will tell you how to react on it. How do we react on it? Let the good ones have the political will, who have the strength. Find a way, some people join hands together to make sure that one person represents. That's where Mama HO is coming from. Let us have a representative who can stand firmly and say the truth and has to fight the battle, fight the good fight.
Okay.
So that this people will move forward. Let us not fighting each other here or saying sorts of things that does not matter. Abike Dabiri, I end from here. Abike Dabiri that is making this nonsense statement. She forgot that the thing is in the internet. When she opened her mouth on Instagram, on internet, abusing somebody. Has she not abused somebody before? Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ego's Air. Yes, Masker.
Okay, can you hear me, KJ?
Yes. Your last take, sir.
Okay. Well, my take is it's always one take.
Okay.
My take is that, okay, maybe I'll just add some spice. So I'm sure you, KJ, you will know. I'm sure Paul will know. In the north, politically, there's a word called talakawas. So I'm just gonna say that we talk about tribe, we talk about persecution out of ignorance. The reality is that if you take the north, even assume that the north is one entity and it's only one tribe, if you know, you will know that even within that tribe, there is persecution. There is the Talakawas, the haves and the have not. Leave tribe out. Even within the Hausa Fulani alone, the history is the history of some people dominating other people. So the idea that, okay, all Hausa people or all Yoruba people, but what is even happening now, the theory we are telling ourselves, the risk of that theory also is the propensity of the theory, because what people are painting now is that the whole country is ganging up against the Igbo people, because this is, take it or leave it, this is what we are telling ourselves. Any way you look at it, this is how the story is being told, that a whole country is ganging up against Igbo people. And from our perspective, that's an absurdity, because even within the Hausa people, we know that the Talakawas are at the receiving end. If you look at any index, you will see that an average Hausa man in Nigeria is really at the bottom pile. Is it education, literacy? Is it poverty? Even just, I'm sure if you do, what do you call this, the number of years you live, what do they call it, Paul? Okay, KJ, what is it, this index of how long people live?
Life expectancy.
Even the life expectancy, either check it for male or for female, I'm sure in the north it will be lower, especially now with all the insecurity. If you
Life
put,
expectancy in Nigeria has come to 45 now.
okay, so I'm saying that in the north it probably will be 35. But that cannot be because the whole country is persecuting the north. The fact of the matter, like I said at the beginning, that forget, if we put our government aside, we even as a people, black people generally, not all this thing is not happening in Nigeria. The man from Cameroon came in and said almost what I'm about to say. The whole problem, if you go across African countries, the problem is the same everywhere across Africa. True, one tribe will dominate the other. And the fact of the matter also, I'm not running away from it. Any tribe that is in the ascendancy in power, what the ruling few want to always do is to tell their own people, you better support me because I'm your own, which is always the problem. Buhari has left. He left the north poorer than he made it. And I can put it to you that Tinubu will finish. He will leave the west poorer than he met it. If an Igbo man of the same ilk among like these two people I mentioned will rule, he will leave the south is poorer than he met it. All I'm saying is that we like the conspiracy theory that some people are ganging up against me. But the truth is that we as a people need to sit down and think. The difference among us is not that much, and there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, you don't agree, Dexter? No, see, one of the things that I like on this platform is to have a cross-pollination of ideas.
Maska, let me ask a question. Do you believe that there is systemic racism? Do you believe there is systemic racism in the West?
When you said the West, what do you mean? In the
So
UK,
let me say
it's probably going to
the
be in a
UK,
place like
America.
Norway. It's probably going to be different. In the US, it's probably going to be different.
So do you believe that in Western countries you have systemic racism?
In the Western countries,
agree?
the way I,
Do you agree?
no.
Do
At
you
this
agree?
present day,
Wait. Do you agree, Paul? Paul, you are living in America. Is there systemic racism in America?
100% yes.
Good. Masca, that's
yes.
somebody living. He's a black man living in America. He can tell you for a fact that there's systemic racism. Masca, what's the difference between systemic racism and what's happening in Nigeria? I like your point.
Okay, I'll tell you the difference.
See,
clearly.
I like your point. I like your point.
No, I see, you asked a question. So
okay, yes. Now tell me.
Okay, so you see, the difference between what is happening in the West and what is happening in Nigeria is very basic. Okay, in the West, what is happening, and I don't like using the word the West because I understand very well that there are very fundamental differences today, especially between Europe and America. But let's assume that we lump them all together, the West. The basic fundamental racism that is happening is not about race, like this is black, this is white in the West. The West look at the whole world across all the countries. They are not, you think that because you're feeling it because you're black, so you think that racism against black people is not. The West is fighting China more than you think they are fighting us today.
Okay. Masca, let me narrow
This
this
West that you're talking about rule India for how many years that you know?
Wait, Masca, you're broadening the question. Let's narrow it down.
No, I'm telling you, when you say systemic racism, when you
if we broaden
it, listen.
Yeah.
No, look, let's have a good discussion. What I'm trying to point to you is exactly the point I'm making.
Yes.
That in the West, they are not looking at one tribe against another or one race against another. It's one race against the world. They, for them, as white people, as Caucasians, they do understand that they have to fight the whole world. It's not about, oh, I don't listen. It's not about I don't like this person or I don't like that person. It's the fact that they do understand that for them to survive as a race and to do well, they have to undermine the other people. And I'm not supporting that by any means. But what I'm telling you, so let me wait now. Don't be interrupting me so that I can line your point.
You're broadening it. That's the problem. I don't want you to broaden it. If you broaden it.
No, you see, we shouldn't do that. If you ask a question, you should open your mind. Don't think I'm going anywhere. What is happening in Nigeria today? We are just killing each other without any clear-cut objective or goal. This is all I'm saying. If the Hausa man is seen to be persecuting the Igbo man, that Hausa man is not articulate enough to understand his left from his right. And most likely, if the Hausa man steals the money in Nigeria, it's going to take it to the West.
I agree with you.
So you can't compare that systemic thing that they do.
I agree with you. Let me say, I think you are.
And just for emphasis, the man in wait. So when just to make you understand clearly my point, when Europe as a whole want to come and colonize Africa, they sat on the same table, even though they are not the same people. They understood that as different countries, we will sit down on the same table and go together and share these things out. Is that what we as Nigerians or Africans, is that what we do? Do we sit on the same table? So you can't say systemic. Don't use the word systemic. It's a very, let me put it this way. If we don't like each other or we don't, it's just on a very stupid and unsystematic basis. That's all.
Okay. Bumi, I'll give you a minute to say what you want to say. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask Mr. Mascot that does he think that the West is fighting, for example, because he says they're fighting the entire world, are they fighting China or let's say Russia on the same level that they're fighting, let's say Nigeria? Are they fighting them on the same level?
Absolutely not. As far as the West is concerned, they've already, Nigeria is in their pocket. So they're not going to dissipate as much effort. The fact of the matter is that people will know that no, it's not Ukraine that is fighting Russia. It's the West that is physically fighting Russia. They are not firing any ammunition to Nigeria as we speak. So that's your answer.
All right. And based on that, I'll bring this to a close. It's been a very useful and important day. Everybody has made a very fine point. Whether it is systematic.
KJ, just let me land with this. Just let me land with this. Since you want to close, and I feel your pain, I know you want to close for a very long time. So let me not talk. Eagles Air quote Skybank, and I really like that quote. So that just take me back to 1994, the World Cup, when the Japanese introduced this Toyota car. They call it a good product, good thinking. Your Shanghai, your good thinking. So if Nigeria today is a bad product, do we want to say good people? You understand? It is painful. We don't hate the country that we have good history with.
This thing you said is apt. You see, for Nigeria to be a good product, it's just the thinking we need to change. It's our thinking. We need to have good thinking.
Exactly. But the product will come first. The thinking will not come first. You understand? So right now, when from the place of government, as a people, we all live in different places, and I know we like ourselves. But from the place of government, we get disappointed all the time. That is just my pain. We get disappointed. The government beat us down all the time. When people from government will not know how to... Pastor, KJ, I am so sorry. Look at what happened with the Shite people the other day. Common logical thing that government understand that these people, they are minority, different type of Muslim. Doesn't that make sense that whenever these people want to do their protest, you go bring an Igbo man police, like they used to do those days in Lagos, when they want to bring riot, they bring Godo Hausa. Just go bring an Igbo man police, put everywhere when the child people want to do. Don't you think they'll live in peace? But when you bring another type of Muslim man as a police, they will say, no, I will whoop these people. And the crisis will keep coming up. And then for that time, just bring an Igbo man, pack on the Igbo man, the Edo man, the Yoruba man as the police. Pack them there and let the Shites do that thing. I don't even understand the difference. I'll just leave them, let them do that thing. I even wait for them to say, I'm not key ram for this one, make I move down and chop. But when you also put another different front of another Muslim person there will always be anarchy. Our government keeps failing us all the time. So it will never be a good product and good thinking. It always starts with bad product, and you want us to say good people.
The government itself is a product, and it's the product of bad thinking of the people.
Thank you.
That is true.
Thank you.
Itself is a product.
Thank you. I remember that advertisement, Yoshina, Yokange, good thinking, good product. As long as our thinking does not conform with what we need or where we think our mindset is going, we'll continuously to run around the circle. Today, we've been able to talk about, touch base with the happenings in the DSS and the replacement of the leadership of the DSS. Our desire is that we see a better policing, or rather security, architecture, as they say in Nigeria, around the people of Nigeria. Bearing in mind that the DSS itself is not existing on its own as a country. It's existing because there's a people called Nigeria. So we expect all the people who have been held without trial in the DSS dungeon should be released. That includes Nnamdi Kanu, who the court has given has won a lot of his cases and is still till today inside the DSS dungeon. We expect that this man now will be able to advise the president on the rules of law, because a country without the rule of law cannot hold sway. It's just a question of time, and anarchy will take over, and that will be the end of it. We didn't touch on, what it takes to bring about Nigeria in that content, but maybe next Saturday we will do that. We are also able to touch on the raving for the moment, which is Amaka's viral video, and a lot of people have expressed their own thoughts on that issue. They are simply saying, and what we are saying from this platform is, do to her as you do to others. So if you are calling her to be arrested and writing from your very high position in the National Assembly, and of course the diaspora lady, who I respect, like I said, I have not lost my respect until I see that she's not writing the same letter she has written concerning these other people, then I'll probably withdraw my respect from that time. Madam, you may say, what do you need my respect for? But all the same, it's good to do the right thing. So if you are written to Canadian embassy, Canadian government concerning Amaka, please write to the other country also, Austria. Ask for them also to extradite the two guys there who started this discussion in the first place. They initiated it, they started it. So also write and ask for them to come back. The ones in South Africa who have, since we can remember, have been insulting Igbos on that platform. It's actually meant, it's a platform meant to insult Igbos. Write also and get them. The way we are quick to getting the names of these other people. Get these people's names and also write to make sure that they are extradited back to Nigeria to face trial. Except you are doing that, we'll continue to consider it the same prosecution the Igbos have been complaining about. That is just what you have continuously to do. And our Igbo representative, who were also part of those who signed this letter, I will not say we are ashamed of you. We are saying you have always been a disgrace to the Igbos. So it's not even a new thing. Our number 6 man, who last 2 weeks ago was boasting that he is going to replace Abia State Governor by APC. Listen, I will also say to you, you are a disgrace. Since you have even this small tax, you couldn't even perform it on behalf of the Igbos that you claim to be leader over. So what are we saying here? Are we saying that Nigerians should get up and rise and begin to insult other Nigerians and call them to be put to, sent back to their heavenly Father? No. We are saying that whatever is bad is bad. Don't call for any man to be terminated. It is not the right thing. We on this channel will not promote that. But we're also saying that if you provoke a man to, you cannot determine how far he will go in retaliating your first punch. You people punched her first. She has children, and calling for her children not to be, to be deleted is also very, very, just like Kenneth said, it's traumatizing that you have children and you are sending your children out. You don't know where they will come back because somebody has made a statement, calling Yorubas worldwide and Edos worldwide. What are we even getting on all this? Because Edo election is coming, and certain people have sat down and said that Igbo population in Edo State is much. So let us now create enmity between the Edo people and Igbo people so that they will not be able to vote. And then they'll be intimidated just like they did in Lagos. So the same thing is playing out again. The same Lagos kind of thing is playing out again. So that tomorrow, when the election comes up, you say, Igbos, if you are Igbo, don't go out and vote, because if not, we'll bring another Egugu masquerade, come and drive them inside. This is a continuous we see these things, and government is looking at it as if we don't even have a government. So let government play its part. Let the citizenry play their own part. If we are serious in building a nation, then I think we should also consider these things, because they are not only dividing us. It may get to a point where we'll get to a point of no return, because the damage will have been done, and it becomes the only way is to disintegrate. And I don't think that's what anybody wants. Tinubu's government can do better. It can do better by not only being able to check those people who have been in government, who have made such statements like Bayo Nanuga and the rest. And then people can now see that you are taking things serious. But if you're only going to be picking and choosing the people you prosecute and not prosecute, then the systematic decay will not stop. It's just, we didn't get to that point, but next week I promise to take that point where a woman has been rewarded after stealing palliatives in Lagos State. Now you like national position. Are you encouraging her? What? Okay, those who didn't steal, who are in Lagos now, they being, what are they going to be feeling the next time they have a federal appointment? Is that they should equally do what the people that you are rewarding, because I don't think we are now rewarding good behavior in Nigeria. We're only rewarding the bad ones, And so every person who has done something bad is elevated to a higher level. Those who are even managing to do things that are good are now relegated out of the system. I don't think any nation that is serious will want to go in that route. And so on that note, we want to thank everybody who has joined us to discuss. We want to thank Bumi. We want to thank St. Paul. We want to thank Desta and my brother John Abba, and every other one who is not here now. Ego's Air, Mama HO, and all the ones I can't remember their names now. I also want to thank the people in the panel. The Tokwe, the Blackstone, Oscar, the Blackstone, and want to thank T. Mark Hayes, Don Anthony. Want to thank Deshino Johnson and Nwachukwu. Want to thank you, Fred Jackson, S. Alam. Want to thank Easy D and all those people who have made comments one way or another, who has contributed in one way or another to this program this evening. We also want to thank those who have given us super chats. We want to thank Alexander Gomez. We want to thank one man went to Mo, who also was generous to have been able to support us on this channel. We want to thank Oscar the Blackstone. We want to thank you also. You've been very supportive of this channel. One man went to Mo. Thank you so much. Thank you, the Blackstone. Also want to thank Alexander Gomez, who has been very supportive. Thank you for this, letting us know this, because this just tells the story of Nigeria. For those of us who say it is an issue of tribe, it's not actually an issue of tribe. The issue of the country, the government using the tribes to play the Nigerian people, to constantly keep us apart, because they know that will help their cause. And so the more we're divided, the more they continue to remain in power. I want to thank Chibike. I want to thank T. Majek. I want to thank Alexander Gomez again, the Blackstone, Chibike. You all did so wonderfully well supporting this channel today. And God bless all of you where you have brought that from. May God also replenish. We'll be here next week again with more exciting information and news concerning what is going on, the current affairs in Nigeria, and if possible, around Africa and the world. And we'll be I want to say we'll continue. We'll start maybe taking some segments to discuss the upcoming American election in each of these times that we'll meet, so people can see what is going on here and how it is being played. I thank you all on behalf of Dr. Damages. My name remains KJ. Have a wonderful good night.
KJ, sorry, before you go, we've not heard from Dr. Damages as Rudolph Okonkwo and forefathers. Are they all right? Are they all
I can speak to forefathers. I mean, Dr. Damages, I cannot speak about forefather because I don't have any contact of him. So, okay. But I know that Dr. Damages is okay. Like I said before this transmission started, I spoke with him. We always have meetings, But right now he cannot. He'll be coming in very soon. That's just the thing. He has one or two things to complete, and after that he'll come in. I just want to bring the John Abba in to say thank you so much also for your contribution. And I know that you have already said what you want to say, but do you have any question also, something to say? That's all right.
No, it's all right. It's okay, brother.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you still have the segment for the evening?
Yes, that's why I'm rounding up now, because the segment for the evening is starting by 6. The ladies are waiting, and it's going to be an explosive time with all kinds of questions. Just come loaded, and you will receive awesome response from Dr. Adama and Tokwe. They'll be handling those sessions, and with our own pastor, Pastor Andrew. So you all will have a wonderful time joining it. I'm sure there's a lot of things to learn from them. God bless you all, and have a good night.
KJ, look like you have your teleprompter. I love the way you give your intro, and I really enjoy it. Keep doing it. I always like it. I enjoy it all the time. Your beginning and your closing hour is always exceptional, and keep doing it. I enjoy it. And Jonaba, it look like say on our weather manage good to do. This one way you stay for garage.
It shows that he's enjoying himself, sitting outside and having a good sunshine. All right. Thank you all. You have a great weekend, a week ahead, and God bless you all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Night.